Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday, number 29, your weekly dose of Open StarCraft. I'm of course just VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to again your weekly Open tournaments. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live, and we are jumping into our first matchup. We're in the round of 32, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Beautiful. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as it is Gamba time. Let's go. It's Gamba time, baby. It's Gamba time. Here we go. Now we're going to be settling in. We do have our standard openers, but again, it has been so long since I've seen and featured Eva on the channel. It's been years, baby. It's been years. Far too long. So great to see him once again, of course, as we settle into our game. Eva, I was pondering as to why it was that we haven't seen much of Eva. Eva, of course, has been focusing on his studies. He has been focusing on his of course, academics, if you will, because that has been playing less. He's been playing a little bit less, he's been competing less as well, so he's a little bit rusty, he's a little bit out of shape. He wasn't too confident coming into this, especially against Skillous, but I'm happy to see him regardless, and I have a confidence here that he can really put on a show. Of course, I don't, as always, Eva, near and dear to our hearts. Nikita as well, to be fair. It's, I'm torn a little bit, but regardless, we are going to be settling in. Skillous, of course, he's been on fire as of late. He is our most recent Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. He is the Sparkling, he is the tuna, if you will, at least for this week. Not just the horse. And we'll see how far we can go. We'll see. We'll be catching up with the bracket after this series. We will get there. Until then, we do have our openers. Again, just hatch a gas pool. Standard opener out of Eva. Likewise, Skillous across the map, going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. We have the Stargate opener here in the main base for Skillous. Stargate has been thrown down. From here, we can open up into Oracles. We can go Void Ray. Skillous, he isn't really one to deviate too much, at least in the early game. He is willing to mix it up in the mid game. Don't get me wrong. We have seen him go for all-ins. We've seen him be hyper aggressive in the mid game as well. But in the early game, just Stargate plays what we expect. It is what we expect. How dare he? He's supposed to be playing Protoss like everyone else. True, yeah, Eva, he's off racing today. Yeah. I did notice. Eva, he's off racing a Zerg. Feels good, man. We're getting a little bit of Zerg here today. A little bit. I appreciate it. As we do have a Void Ray opener out of skill, so not Oracle, going for the Void Ray. The Void Ray is designed to hunt down the Overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting, and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. Links do slip in, and Eva does confirm the opener, does confirm the Void Ray. So Eva is aware. Here's what's happening. Meanwhile, does get one drone kill in the main. He gets one. Ooh, so gets a second. Skillous, not bad. Eva a little bit too late, a little bit too slow there to morph in those spore crawlers. So nice damage so far by Skillous. Very strong start. Following this up, of course, with the Void Rays hunting down Overlords. And we'll see if he does hide some tech. Now, from here, he can go for an earlier Twilight Council into early Glaive Adepts. He can go for an early Twilight Council and early Blink Stalkers. He can go for a Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. He can go for a Mothership Rush. Like, there's a lot available here. Or we could even see a third base into Saturation into like Plus One and Blink. It was standard game. Like we could see something standard, we could see something crazy. That's the power of the Void Ray, is that the Zerg player doesn't know, or it's going to be more difficult for the Zerg player to figure out what's going on. As the Overlord is hunted down, third base now going to be taken here from Skillous. We'll zone away those links. Expansion is being taken. Eva back at home, just happily droning up, saturating. Spores are on the way. Queen's getting in position. Even though it was a Void Ray opener, spores are being set up here for the Oracle. Alas, the Oracle was spotted. But the spores are quite done here at the third base. Drones are going to be going down. Yeah, the Void Ray and the Oracle, they just go for the dive. They get 3, 4, 5 drone kills already. The Oracle does survive. And that is brutal damage. Oh, it does snipe the Void Ray. Thankfully, the Void Ray does go down, so that is something here for Eba, but alas, Eba does bleed out a lot of workers. He does fall behind economically. He is going for a Roach Warren follow-up, and I'm curious to see, does Eba cut workers? Does he cut workers? Is he going to saturate his third base and not saturate his fourth? Does he not take his gases? We'll see if he commits to something more aggressive or if he tries to macro out of this. It's going to be the next step here for Eba. Likewise, skills moving up with his adepts. When it comes to the follow-up, is a standard follow-up. We have a Forge, Twilight Council, +1 and Blink on the way, Gateway Explosion. This should be for +1 and Blink, not Charge. Speaking of, there it is, Blink is on the way. So standard follow-up here from Skillus. Likewise, moving out with those initial 5 adepts, as it looks like we do have some latency here. All good. Hopefully things can clear up. Oh god, never mind. I tabbed out so that we can let them like wait it out, but no, apparently it's fine. Okay. So it looks like maybe a little bit of a lag spike for a moment. Hopefully it doesn't return. Hopefully everything's stable. Of course, I'm more than happy to pause and just wait things out like that. Now Skillus dipping in between the bases. Threading a shade here towards the natural. So far, Eba does fully wall off. Whew. So far, he's holding on. He's solid. Like where Skillus, he does pull away. And gets eyes on the fourth, trying to force a cancel. He will get a lot of damage. He wants it. There he wants. He's going to get it as well. Massive pickoff. Denies the fourth. Eba stuck on 3 bases. Again, he took a lot of economic losses early on, and he needs that fourth expansion. Meanwhile, we do have confirmation Eba getting into Roach speed, so he's going Roach Hydra. He is replacing that fourth base here towards the top side. He's taking his gases, so Eba, he's droning up. He's droning up, taking his gases to afford Roach Hydra. But the question becomes, does he saturate the fourth base, or does he max out on Roach Hydra? He has that option. Skillus rotating around. Once again, the win condition for Skillus is deny the fourth. Just deny the fourth base over and over and over again. And he will just starve Eba out. Skillus moving in. Eba trying to get us around. Stasis is going to pop off. Massive connection. Oh yeah, the Lings are shut down. And now he's going for the Roaches. Yeah, going for the Roaches, going for the Hydras. These are rough losses here for Eba. Again, those Lings were necessary here to buffer, and the Lings are gone. The Lings are a non-factor. No more Roaches left. That's how many? There was 4 Hydras going down. And not a single Stalker falls. That 0 Stalkers are cut. 0 Stalkers are killed. Look at the efficiency here. Only 1 Void Ray and 1 Adept have gone down so far. I mean, finally a couple Stalkers should be going down here. Yeah, as Lings, they do come in to reinforce. Eba, he can finally force his back, catching out some of the Stalkers. Trying to get the surround off. Hoping to force a recall. Nice blink control here from Skillus. Stasis gets baited out. Let's go. And the Stalkers, yeah, they're going to be shut down here. Nice surrounded by Eba. The recall a little bit too late. And Eba has momentum. Now behind this, I was curious if Eba was going to drone. We have the answer. He's not. Eba, he's not droning. He's going all in. He's making nothing but Lings and Hydras. He's cutting workers at 66. And he's trying to end the game here and now. Eba, he's hoping to end the game. Skillus falling back. Skills, he has no splash damage. Charge is about to finish up. As he falls back to his expansion. Again, Eba, it's all or nothing. He has to break him here and now. Some rough losses here, losing out and bleeding out these Hydras. But Lings are coming in. Adepts reposition. It looks like Eba, he does have enough. He takes out most of the Stalkers. Again, there's about 5 Stalkers left. He's so close. Takes down the Prism. Takes down the War Prism. More reinforcements on the way. Again, Skillus barely holding on, barely surviving, but he just doesn't have the supply. It doesn't have it. Skillus getting caught out here in the corner of the map was huge. Again, he overstayed his welcome. And it looks like this fourth base is going to go down. Yeah, Eba, he will do it. He breaks the fourth base, depowers the Robo as well. Boys are being pulled. And Eba with his off race. Cap. he is going to be able to pull it off here. Nikita is struggling. The economy goes down. 15 probe kills, 4th base as well, and Eva has done it, has broken the back of Skillous. Skillous, he does defend his natural, but again, the losses here were brutal. And Eva, he can still keep this going for now, being forced back. Nikita, he does survive. He does survive, he does hold. And it's on Eva to get ready for the second wave, to get ready for the second round, and to make sure that Skillous doesn't stand back up. Now, Skillous, he will have an Immortal, he does have his robot back up and running, and that is going to be a bit of a backbone to his army, but as I said, the Immortal gets surrounded! Yeah, the Immortal gets surrounded, massive pickoff, Immortal goes down, and there's not many Zealots. There's not many Zealots left here. These Stalkers are so exposed, they're so vulnerable, there's no splash damage, no Storm, no Colossus. Again, the Skillous, he was taking a 4th base before taking it to splash damage. Oh, nice setup here on these Hydras, though. Those charges, they tank a lot of shots. Uh-oh. Skillous, yeah, he's holding on. Does force Eva back. Eva, he did drone. Eva, after that first attack, he droned up, which means now he can tech up if he so chooses to into Lurkers. He has a choice to make. He can either try to keep going, but no, he's teching. Now, the downside here for Eva is that this tech is late. This tech could have been thrown down a little bit sooner, but Eva, he did try to, break his opponent that second time. So because of that, Hive tech is going to be late and Lurker tech is going to be late. Because again, this was an all-in. Bear that in mind. This was an all-in out of Eva, and he did cripple Skillous, but he didn't kill him. So Skillous, he has the opportunity to recover. He's not out of this yet. He's now taking up. We have Temple Archives done. Archons on the horizon. Storm on the horizon as well. Storm is going to be a big power spike here for Skillous. Assuming we research Storm. Likewise, Skills, he breaks out. Now, the power spike for Eva is going to be with Hive Tech and with Lurkers. And Lurker Den is on the way. Hive has not begun. Oh. Yeah, no Hive yet for Eva. And now he's keeping up with the rotations. There it is. Hive now on the way. Storm as well. Based on these timings here, there is going to be a window. There's going to be a window in time here where Skillous has Storm and Eva doesn't have Hive Tech Lurkers. But we'll see if Eva morphs in Lair Tech Lurkers. If so, he should be okay. He might be greedy and wait for his upgrades. I'm hoping that isn't the case. But yeah, if he plays it safe, if he morphs in the Lurkers ahead of time, then he should be okay. As Eva is being forced back. See Eva trying to set up a surround. And he might be able to catch Skillous out. As Skillous, he gets spotted. Storm isn't done. 10 seconds away. Skillous needs a couple more seconds here. Now, once Storm finishes, Skillous, he should be able to survive any kind of Ling Hydra aggression. As I mentioned before, I was worried here that Eva would wait for the Hive, and he is. So he's waiting for the Hive, which means even though he has a Lurker Den, 0 Lurkers. 0 Lurkers for Eva. Skillous, this is his best chance, his best opportunity to break out. But here comes a surround. And there we go, 14 Lurkers. 14 Lurkers now morphing, and massive Storm on the Lings. Again, these Hydras, they're not long for this world. They're going to get chased down. But the Lurkers will finish morphing. And as long as the Lurkers get in position, as Eva, he can hold the line. He can hold the line. See him rotating, splitting up his army. Coming in from behind. He wants those High Templar. Lurkers, they borrow. They do borrow. Eva, he's maxed out. Ooh, first Storm in the Lings. Storm pops off. Likewise, High Templar getting caught out. He gets one. Ooh, Storms, they graze the army. No major connections. Eva pushing forward. He gets spotted. Oh, he's going to lose this army. Maybe he has to pull back here on the right-hand side, but he breaks through on the left. So we're in a bit of an awkward position here. Yeah, these Lurkers, they hold their own, but meanwhile across the map, Skillous is going for the natural, but he barely cannot break through. Revelation runs out. He has no detection. So no detection from Skillous. He will kill the 5th. 5th base goes down. Back at home, Skillous, he's barely warping in. Barely holding onto that natural. There's the recall. And there's the Observer as well. The Observer has arrived. We'll force Eva back. Oh, Skillous catching out more Hydras. Now that Lurker advantage here that Eva has, okay, he's still got 14 Lurkers. It's a decent Lurker count. But Skillous now, he's got his 4th base up and running. Skillous' economy is now on par with Eva. So he's built up his economy, now getting to more immortals. Eba still just barely finishing up his lurker upgrades. The other thing that we're missing here is Vipers. I believe there's 0 Vipers for Eba, so right now it's just purely Ling Hydra Lurker, so not the best composition here for Eba. But it should be enough to buy time. And potentially break this expansion. Skillus out of position completely! Yeah, Skillus recalls on cooldown. Remember, he recalled earlier to the expansion to the natural, so Skillus out of position, the 4th base, it's gonna go down. Massive pick off. Whew. 4th base will fall. If it wasn't for this, Skillus, he was about to like stabilize. Skillus, he was about to stabilize. But alas, the 4th base does crumble. Lurkers moving in. Oh god, moving into storms. So a little bit too far back. Lurkers, yeah, they hold the line, they shut down the immortals. And Eba, it looks like he should have enough here. So Warpins are delaying some reinforcements. They're getting a lot of drone kills, actually. A lot of drones are going down. Ooh, Eba overextends. Yeah, he overextends. He races back home. Has to do with these zealots. It's going to be 13 drone kills. 13 workers go down. Skillus pulling away, but yeah, he runs out of steam. He has no 4th expansion. Nothing left. And Eba, whew, he will take game number 1. Oh my god. Eba does take a lead in this series. Again, Skillus, he was caught with his pants down there. Winding it back, if you remember, Eba, he went for a 3 base all-in. Winding it back, he got a 4th base, but he did not saturate the 4th. He was purely Ling Hydra all-in. Skillus, he was trading well, but he didn't really recognize that his opponent wasn't droning up. So because that, he did overstay his welcome. He was caught out in the open. He was getting a 4th expansion. He delayed his splash damage. In doing so, he was vulnerable, and that is why Eba went for the kill. Despite that, didn't quite completely break Skillus, but did cripple him. Did cripple Skillus. And Skillus, he had a hard time recovering from there. He almost did, if you recall. We were referencing that moment when Skillus got his 4th base back up and running. It was a very strong moment for Skillus where he was recovering economically, but then he was out of position, right? Then Skillus was pushing towards the top side and he had nothing to defend towards the south. His recall was on cooldown. He could not protect that base. And GG. GG, well played. Whew. Eba takes a lead. Let's go. Hold on, I'm messaging him. I was like, studying OP, papi. Let's go. Let's go. As he does take a lead, but now we're jumping into game number 2. And we'll see if Nikita can bounce back. We'll see if Eba can take it all. So getting into game 2. And we're going to be loading into Persephone. I messaged Eva and I said studying OP, and Eva's like, mate, I almost lost that game. It's not wrong, not wrong. He was like, the fact that I almost lost was impressive. It's like, ah, no. Ah, no. Esta Eva. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can claw his way into this and force the ace match. It is Skillus. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Eva. Let's go. The Protoss Hope himself playing Zerg. Crazy. And ahead in the series. As we load into one of the newer maps of the map pool, of course, this is a TLMC map, TLMC 20 map, what came at 2nd place in the overall TLMC, and it's been a very popular map amongst the players. Very popular. When we were hosting our own TLMC tournaments, a lot of players were picking this map and enjoying this map as well. Has a lot of unique features. Despite casting on this map for like a month at this point, I've still never seen this healing pad used. I've never seen it used. And maybe I never will. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of potential, especially when it comes to Blinkstalker aggression. Like, imagine, like, the previous game with Skillus, you know, denying the 4th base and trading against the Roaches and picking up Hydras, and imagine Skillus falling back and healing up his Stalkers here once they get low. Like, there's definitely potential for it to be used, but, yeah, still have yet to bear witness. One day. Just catching up with the chat. Studying? Did Eva start high school now? Yes. He started high school. Crazy. He's getting older. It's getting old. Ay. Este Eva. Is there a new map pool? There is not a new map pool in-game on the ladder, but there is new map pool for tournaments. Like, all of our tournaments, we're all featuring new maps. Because the TLMC wrapped up last week. I think it was early last week where the TLMC did conclude. So we have our finalists, we have our winners. And because of that, I believe most, if not all, online tournaments have adapted our map pools. And we're incorporating some TLMC 20 maps. Whether it's the WardiTV Monday, whether it's the Picasword Monday, whether it's Sparkling Tunic Cup, Tenacious Total Tussle, I believe even KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, WardiTV Monday. Like, I think all open cups are like adjusting and adapting. I think they're all like adding their own maps. There are some maps that are shared. Like, for example, for our tournaments, we also have Persephone. We have Persephone, Sandworm, and Last Fantasy. And I think Wardy has Persephone, Sandworm, and Kill Switch. It's either Kill Switch or Killer's Mile. I confuse the two, but he's got one of them. But we'll probably introduce one more. Like, right now, our tournaments only feature 3 maps. We're probably going to feature a 4th map. We'll probably we'll discuss amongst ourselves like which map to replace, and we'll add like another TLMC 20 map. Here we go. Oracle does dive in. It is, of course, Stargate, open it into Oracle. This time, no Void Ray. Oracle dives into the main base. The Spore's not yet done. Yeah, short resistance by air on this map. And so far, we get 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Queens, they're trying to rotate over. They were at the natural. 4 drones for the Oracle. The Oracle does survive. Very nice start for Skillus. Very nice start. It's 4 drone kills so far. Again, talking about the map outside of the healing pad and outside of the goal base, of course. It is short resistance by air, so it takes a little bit less time for the Oracles to go from base to base. Likewise, the rush distance by ground is pretty straightforward. Really straightforward here. As Lings, they do catch a probe. They get eyes on the 3rd base. Trying to catch any other transferring workers. Meanwhile, Skillus, he rotates over towards that linear 3rd base. Looking for a way in. So far, doesn't find one. Skillus, he does shoo those Lings away. Does force them back. Meanwhile, early Evo Chamber out of Eba. As a reminder, last game, what did we see? We saw a Roach Warren before Evo Chamber. This time, Evo Chamber before Tech. So this should be +1 melee. At least I'm leaning towards +1 melee this time. Last game was +1 range into Roaches, into Hydras, into Roach Hydra. This feels like Lings into Ling Hydra instead, with melee as the upgrade of choice. But we'll keep an eye on Eba. Yeah, there is melee's on the way. So it's going to be Ling Bane Hydra. This is greedy. This is a little bit greedier. This does leave you vulnerable early on because you have no roaches. Oh, and it is going to be charge, not blink out of Skillus. Oh. This is where I'm a little bit concerned. So first things first, Adepts. Oh, that is not a full wall with that Evo Chamber. They do commit to the Shade. Queens, they collapse in. The Oracles are going to be zoned back, and the Adepts should be going down. I say that they're shading towards the main base. Shade towards the main, and the Shade will complete. Oh, for a moment. Eva does defend. Oh, 4th base. Oh, cancel twice, actually. Ay. Yeah, 2 cancellations on the 4th base, so Eva, he is delayed. Now, what I'm concerned by here is that going into Ling Hydra, or Ling Bane Hydra that we see here, is ideal against standard play, against +1 Blink Stalker into the mid game. But against charge, against early charge, that's where roaches are necessary. That's where going for a safe roach opener makes a little bit more sense. Speaking of roaches, we have a delayed roach horn here by Eba, as he does get across the map, but he hasn't seen too much yet of what's going on. I appreciate that he's at least playing it safe here, but it is going to be a later roach horn and later roach speed, and Skillus, he's going to hit first. He's going to strike first here with charge. So Skills is going for an earlier move out, an earlier timing. With charge lots. And if there aren't roaches ready for it, if there aren't banelings ready for it, then Eba's going to be in a bit of trouble. As here comes our War Prism. You can see the Zealots are banking up here at the natural. We're banking up those Zealots. We're getting ready for a move out. And are the pants down or are they up? That's the real question. As Eba, he's got 20 lings on the way. The Roach Horn is cancelled. Oh, the Roach Horn is cancelled, so no roaches. He needs those banelings. There it is. 6 banelings are morphing in. Banelings can defend against this, but they have to be ready. They have to be in position. We'll see how the banelings do engage. Queens taking the main brunt of this army. Banelings are waddling in. And Skills, he pulls away. He pulls away. Does pull back up. We get some decent connections, but alas, the banelings are targeted by the oracles. So they try to commit in. Once again, lings, they barely just surround. They buy more time. Banelings, they do reinforce. And more banelings finished up. And with that Eba, he holds. He barely does hold on here. Again, the banelings did come in clutch. That second wave especially, more zealots into the main. And Eba so far, no major economic damage. He's holding on. He is holding on. He is keeping up. He's got an okay setup against these zealots. It's not ideal. Yeah, boys are being pulled. And the zealots trade very well against the lings. And the zealots just keep on going. This time though, there are banelings. Oh! Not the best connections though. Yeah, 4 more drone kills. Spore wasn't ready. That's a kill, not a cancel on the Spore Crawler. Hydras are amassing. Eba, he is holding on. Meanwhile, Skillless back at home. He's going to be transitioning right into Fleet Peak and right into Skytoss. Oh my god. Now, before Skytoss, I believe Storm is done. Yeah, Storm is done. So he's got Storm. He's got a couple of High Templar. Did I say a couple of High Templar? He's got 6. He's got 6 High Templar, pappy. Oh my god. That's crazy. So he's got plenty of Storms. He's got 3 Archons. Mothership is on the way. So far, Skillless, he's ready for that Lingbane counterattack. And Eba, he's forced attack. He takes his 4th base, he saturates, getting a 5th expansion. Eba is droning, and Eba is taking up into Lurkers. Again, he knows that the typical transition after a charge is Storm, so Storm is already done. Eba can make that assumption. He confirms with the Lings, he sees all the Archons, so he knows that with Storm being finished, Eba cannot break through with Hydras. Hydras, they will just melt against Skills' army, so he has to wait, bide his time for Lurkers. So we have a bit of a lull period. It was an intense mid-game. It was very intense, and Eba did bleed out to 10. Yeah, 10 drones. 10 drones went down. The 4th base got cancelled twice, if you recall, as well. Like, Eba did sustain some damage, but now we're getting to a longer game state. Speaking of a longer game, Skillless, he's not sticking with just Chargel Archon Storm. We have a 3rd Robo on the way. He's getting into triple Immortal production. This is going to be a beefy army. It's gonna be hefty, pal. It's gonna be hefty. Also, we can say that Eba, his pants were up. They were up. Let's go. He was ready in time. You know, Eba splitting up his army. Ooh, there are plenty of High Templar though. Yeah, Skillless, he has split up his army quite well. Oh, I say that there is an opening here towards the left-hand side, towards the 5th. Lings, they move in, they take a stasis to the face. Storm is available. The Lurkers are exposed at the same time. Massive Zealot counterattack across the map, and Eba, this is not working out well for him. He takes Storms to the face, the Lurkers get shut down, and the base will fall. Eba bleeding out on multiple fronts here. Yeah, Eba, he will lose on all 3 fronts. So a very strong moment here, a very strong couple of moments for Skillless. He defends, he attacks, he cripples the army, he does it to take a blow to the economy of Eba. And yeah, Eba's in a rough position here. I'm afraid to look, that was 5 Lurkers. That was 5 Lurkers going down. Ay, ay, ay. Eba not in a good place. He has to back off, he has to re-drone, he has to resaturate. Now getting to his own Spire, getting ready for a later game. Now, Eba, he is being given time to max out at least, but Skillless, he is in a better position here. he's maxed. He has a better economy. He's throwing down all his tag defense. He's just securing his bases. We have cannons and shield batteries on the right and on the left-hand side. And how many immortals is he going to have? 8, soon to be 11. 11 immortals for Skillous. That's a lot of immortals. For those who are curious, Mass Immortal can just walk through and walk into lurkers. Like they do a great job of just tanking shots and focusing lurkers down. So they have their place. I will say that the next step for Skillous is going to be to slowly bleed off ground units and replace them with carriers and Tempest. That would be the ideal transition. He's not ready for it though, as he only has 1 Stargate, so he doesn't have additional Stargates. For now, he's going to be sticking with ground toss, even with his reinforcements. Splitting up his army, pushing on the right and on the left. Eva trying to hold on. He has some lurkers in position, but lurkers are going to be going down. Yeah, against these immortals, the lurkers have to back up. Base is denied. Skill is just bullying Eva back. Now the base is denied. Eba, he does go for massively run by. He does get in. Yeah, the wall is open. The herO. The wall is open at the natural. But Skills, it looks like he doesn't care. He's pushing in. Takes down more lurkers. And more lurkers are falling. Upgrades are going to be denied. But Skillous, he's gaining ground. Yeah, recalling up into the main. Storming the mineral line. When GG gets called, eBay gets caught out of position. And Skillous, he will tab the series 1-1. Whew. GG. Yeah, massive recall into the main base there, and again, Eba, he just had nothing to defend. There was just a superior army knocking him down, and there was a nice thing run by, which was doing some damage, but the hope for Eba was to force a recall. recall back home, not a recall further into the main base of Eba, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Skillous went for the throat, and we're now getting into the ace match. Let's go. We're getting into game 3, and I'm excited to see what map we load into. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Here we go. In our community league, we got rid of El Dorado as well to have 4 new maps. Yeah, we might get rid of Amygdala. I'm still torn. I'm still torn on getting rid of Amygdala or Frostline, or El Dorado. Like, one of those 3 maps is probably going to be taken out of our tournaments. Yet to decide which one. But one of them. We'll get it out of here. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Protoss player. We have a red Protoss representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Oh, as I did notice that lag spike. Yeah, did notice, so hopefully that clears up. We'll get into it. Okay, yeah. Going back in. In the left-hand corner, we have our red Protoss player. It is Skillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eba. And already making it to the ace match against Skillous is a big win for Eba. We'll see if we can go further, but regardless, I hope he is content with his performance so far. Even in that last game, he was able to hold his own at times. We'll see what the plan is coming into the ace match, coming into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. Catching with the chat. Probably there have been a lot of talks about licensing. Yes, if you have been watching, if you've been tuning into the podcast, we did discuss this. Last week we spoke about the studio that did pick up StarCraft for making a board game, a miniatures board game. Archon Studio. And likewise, this week we're probably going to talk about the latest news, which is apparently there is a bidding war happening at the moment for different game studios picking up the StarCraft 2 license to make their own games. We'll probably have a deeper discussion on it during the podcast, but this does not mean a StarCraft RTS. This most likely leans towards like a StarCraft MMO or a StarCraft like mobile game, like just another game using the StarCraft IP. Based on the games that did approach, based on the game studios that did approach, it does look like more towards like an MMO or like mobile game, like more than anything. Like those are probably like the two like most likely things that would come out of that, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, or maybe like a third-person shooter, maybe. For those that are familiar with the game studio behind Guild Wars and Lineage. Like Lineage is like an infamous Korean MMO, but those guys were looking at it. I say infamous because Lineage is hella grindy. It's Korean MMOs, they have a certain reputation for being like very grindy and that kind of game. Arena? Yes. No, not ArenaNet. Not ArenaNet. I think ArenaNet, they did like international distribution for Guild Wars, but and they did other things related to Guild Wars, but not ArenaNet's different company. Good. I could look it up. Hold on. Could look it up. NC Soft. I think that's what I was thinking of. As Double Adept, they do get into the mineral line. Let's see. NC Soft. Because NC Soft, they were behind Guild Wars and Lineage, right? Yes. So that's it. NC Soft. As we do move out with the Double Adepts, going to be threading the mineral line. Likewise, Skillus back at home, going for his own third base. So far, standard opener. The big notable difference between the two games so far, between Game 2 and Game 3, is Void Ray. Void Ray opener once again at a Skillus. Now, as a reminder, last game, Skillus did go for the early charge timing, which did not catch Eba completely off guard. Eba, he was able to defend with his Ling Bane, but that charge build that Skillus went for is typically something you do once in a series. You don't rely on it. It's pretty heavily reliant on just catching your opponent off guard and catching them being greedy. We can see that Eba does go for a safety Roach Warren. This is scattered as well, so we should be seeing Twilight Council and a Forge +1 on Blink. That should be. Yeah, Eba, he is going to be saturating back at home. There's that Forge on the way. Skill is settling in. He is being active with the Adepts, looking for an opening. And we'll see if he gets into a mineral line. Oh, does shade in, does commit. Lings are keeping up though, and Lings will shut this down. Nice target firing at a Skillus. He does focus down 2, 3, 4 probes. Not a bad, sorry, 4 drones, I meant to say. Not a bad trade in from Skillus, I believe 1-to-1. Yeah, 4 Adepts for 4 workers. I'm sure Skillus wanted a little bit more value out of that, so I would say a better defense for Eba. Meanwhile, Lings, they counterattack. Remember, the Adepts are thrown away, so no Adepts to defend, but last the Void Ray is in position, and the Lings are deflected. So the Void Ray does defend the base. Double Oracle into the main. Ooh, taking a lot of hits. 2 drone kills so far. So far, not quite worth it, as it did take some hull damage. From here, Skillus, he pulls out. And we have that standard follow-up here from Skillus. He throws down extra gateways. I believe he's getting it to 6. Yep, 6 gates set up here by Skillus. Eba happily joining. Remember, because of the safety Roach Warren, it's going to be Roach Hydra, not Ling Hydra. Unless he skips Roach Speed. True. Could skip it. Could just be a safety Roach Warren. Yeah, I suppose after last game, after the charge that we saw, Eba, he's playing it safe. So there we go. 9 Roaches are in production. Just a safety Malga. Investing a little bit harder, getting up to 12. Roach speed has begun. Eba, he is now droning. Okay. Saturating his third. Is making 12 roaches. Eba getting supply blocked. Upgrades are on the way. And Eba, he's just being safe. So he defends back at home. Does defend, double Oracle towards that third. Forcing his way in. Does try to force his way in. Again, +1 is now done. Blink as well. We have additional stage stress behind this army. And so far, Skillus trading somewhat well. Picks up a couple of roaches. Picks up 5 roaches. Not much more than that. Likewise, Eba trying to knock this down. Oh! Skillus, he blinks away in time. Let's go. Nice move so far by Skillus. Does avoid the tower. Does pull away. And Eba, I don't see him droning up much more than this. He's getting a 4th expansion. There's a late 4th base for Eba. But his cutting works at 66. This is looking very similar here to game 1. Very similar. Where Eba just maxes out and goes for a 3 base all in. Skillus claiming his 4th. Likewise, taking up into Storm, into Charge, +2. Unlike game 1, this time Storm is going to be ready as he started his upgrades before expanding. So this time Skillus is not as greedy as we saw in Amygdala. And Skillus just being more defensive here, or just turtling up, securing his bases, throwing down cannons, throwing down shield batteries. Skillus, he's basically getting ready for the all-in. And he confirms. I mean, he just scattered. He just saw the 4th base. He saw 0 saturation, 0 workers. Eba is committing, and Skillus knows. Skillus, he's fully aware. You can see him trying to meet the army in the center of the map, catching at the Hydras. Okay, Eba having a rough start to the all-in. Trying to engage. Likewise, pushing on the right-hand side. Cannons, they're just now finishing up. Just in time. That will distract Skillus. Skillus, he pulls away with some of the High Templar. Eba, he's maxed. Now remember, Eba, he has no tech. He's transferring workers as he's running out of minerals. 66 workers, that's all Eba has. No hive, no lurkers. No greater tech. Oh! Eba, he does not get the High Templar. And either Eba breaks Skillus here and now, or he dies trying. As Eba is looking for another way in. Again, Skillus, he confirmed this ahead of time. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Skillus. Oh, there's another Storm connects. And there's another Storm, and if Eba can get on top of that High Templar, then he can pull this off, but he doesn't have any Banelings to really allow for that to happen. He has to rely on Skillus making mistakes more than anything. Setting up his around, Storm popping up. They peel off towards the right-hand side instead. The High Templar not quite here. Decent around here on the Stalkers. Where are the High Templar, by the way? Yeah, they're over towards the 4th base. There's the recall. High Templar out of position. Now Storms are coming in. Oof. Yeah, Storms, they pop off. They shut down the Hydras. Yeah, the Storms that will clean this up. Skillus is going to hold. He's going to hold here. I say that we have some lingering reinforcements coming in. That was the final Storm. And Eba, he doesn't have enough. Barely doesn't have enough. The base survives. Mothership has made it. And Skillus, he's ahead. He's pretty far ahead here. He has the greater army. He has better saturation, better economy, even on bases. As we mentioned, that had to end the game. That was the 3 base all-in from Eba. Eba, he's getting ready for a second wave, but it's going to be weaker. It's going to be a weaker push here from Iba, as the wall is barely closed. Skillous does wall off. We have carriers on the way, 2 more Stargates. Ay, ay, ay. And a lot of this also came down to Skillous' scouting. If you recall, Skillous, he was able to confirm the all-in, he was able to scout and confirm lack of saturation. That's when Skillous threw down all the static defense, all the cannons, all the shield batteries. Not just that, but after game 1, I'm sure the Skillous, he's a lot more mentally prepared for this as well. As this is how Evo was able to catch Skillous off guard in game 1. But here in game 3, Skillous is ready. Oof. Yeah, Storms, they just shut down the Roach Ravager. Clerk gets activated. And that's all that Eva had left. GG gets called. Skillous, he will take the series 2-1. He will advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. We do have Skillous advancing on to the next round, but a shout out to Eva because he did force the ace match. He did bring it back, and with that, Skillous does advance on to the round 16. Again, Eba able to catch Skillous off guard in that first game, and we saw a very similar build and very similar style out of Eba in game 3, but alas, he wasn't quite able to bring it all together. Again, Skillous, he was able to confirm it a lot faster. He was able to have a better reaction, better response, safer play from Skillous overall, and with that, a much stronger defense in game 3. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into our next game. We're going to be following Skillous into the next round. Let's hop on over and catch up on the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us hop on over. Let us hop on over here. And it looks like, yep, Skillous, he does have his next opponent. It is quite a large bracket, so we'll do our best to catch up. From the top, Jimmy takes down Geralt 2-0. Jimmy advancing on to round 16 to face off against Clem. We have Showtime gets a walkover over his first opponent. Meanwhile, Bunny takes down Smile. Showtime takes down Bunny. Showtime waiting for the winner of Clem and Jimmy. That's a big win for Showtime. Big win for Showtime. GG, very well played, very well done. Meanwhile, scoring down, Solar, he's waiting for the winner of his opponent's either Nice or Milky Cow. Very spicy series. I was very tempted to jump on Nice and Milky Cow, not gonna lie. But again, Skillous, his next opponent is gonna be SHIN, as SHIN takes down or gets a walkover in the first round. SHIN does get a walkover. So we are getting ready for our next ZVP. We go. So we're getting ready for our next CVP. Meanwhile, we have some other updates. We have some other updates here in the chat or in the brackets. Hold on. We have herO takes on Nickrack 2-1. Yo, let's go. Nickrack once again forces herO to the ace match. GG, well played. Very nicely done there by Nickrack. Does force the ace match going down. We have Classic up against Cure in the round of 16. We have MaxPax up against Lemon 2-0. Lemon, he 2-0's Ryung. I would say that's an upset. I know that Ryung has had a bit of a shaky couple of weeks, but I would still favor Ryung over Lemon there. So big win. GG, well played to Lemon. Popping off. ByuN takes down Nirko, and Creator takes down Honmono. So it looks like the round of 32 for the most part is wrapping up. We're still waiting for Nice and Milky Cow. But again, we have our next series. We're going to be following Skillous into SHIN. The ZVPs continue. But again, a shout out to Eba for competing, for forcing the ace match against Skillous, and for holding his own both in game 2 and game 3 as well. GG, well played. I hope to see more of Eba in the near future. I know that nowadays he's focusing a lot more on his studies. You know, he just started high school, right? You know, he's getting into his big boy pants. So we've been seeing a little bit less Eba recently. So I'm very glad that we were able to catch him while we could. And hopefully more Eba in the future. Hopefully more. Even if it's less frequent, I'm sure we'll see him every now and then. Sure, we'll see him. That's catching up. But yeah, again, we spoke about a lot of this during last week's podcast, and again, we're probably going to catch up on this week's podcast as well with all the recent news, as always. As we're the only regular SC2 talk show nowadays. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But we got you. Here we go. Meanwhile, vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway, so we do have some downtime here while our players get ready. So I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Here, again, waiting for the vetoes to conclude. For now, we're going to be following skills into SHIN, most likely into the winner of Solar, Nice, and Milky Cow. Usually when we pick a series, we do try to stay within the vicinity of those players, and we do try to focus and centralize our cast. So we're going to be focusing on the upper half of the broadcast. We might find ourselves in the lower half just if there's like a lot of downtime and if there's a lot of like dead air or dead space like between some of these matches. But for the most part, we'll try to follow these players. We'll do our best to follow these players. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be back soon in a couple of minutes with our next series. Take this time to get your snacks. Get some snacks, get some food, get some water, Rady Disruptors, Massage and Marines, and we'll be back soon with our next ZVP. See you soon. See you soon, Patty. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. Welcome to the WardiTV Monday 29, the round of 16. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Diamond Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Protoss player, representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bet on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our second matchup of the night. Oh god. Oh no, Bobby. As yeah, that was a massive lag spike. Hopefully, Pommy is okay, as it looks like he is lagging out. Yeah. Pommy, he is one of our casters, one of our other language casters here, and hopefully, if there is an issue, hopefully it does clear up. So we are jumping back in. Again, it's happened to all of us. I mean, it happened to me last week. Remember, last week there was a time when my ping just spiked up to 1,000, and I did leave the games as I didn't want to disturb the players. That was during the Rex March Madness. Just some crazy instability last week. So yeah, it happens to the best of us. Smurge. So hopefully, Pommy is able to join us later on in the evening for some future rounds. Meanwhile, we are diving into our ZVP. Let's go. Did I introduce the players? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay, here we go. So we have our initial opener, Hatch Gas Bull out of SHIN, going for the unnatural natural. So a bit of a more awkward setup here by SHIN. Outside of that, standard openers overall. Welcome once again, one and all, to Persephone. Persephone being one of the new TLMC maps in the map pool. A very popular map, as you can see. We're seeing it now for the second series in a row, despite the fact that there are still some regular ladder maps available. Maps like Frostline, El Dorado, maps like Whispers of Gold, alongside Ultralove and many others. Players will still prefer to play on Persephone. So again, it does bode well. Shout out to Patches. I know Patches did make this map, and again, has been very popular amongst the players. Big reason for it is, I mean, it's relatively standard in its setup here. You know, short rush distance by air, direct attack path by ground, a couple of different avenues of attack. Sure, that is true. And there are some quirks to it, but again, one day we'll see the healing pad used. One day. It's been like a month, and I've never seen anyone use it. One day. But now Stargate open out of Skillous. It is going for a Stargate opener. And SHIN will deflect the initial scouting probe. With this Stargate, we'll see if Skillous does open up Oracle or Void Ray. We'll get there, I'm sure. So SHIN is still being active. Again, looking for a way in. Does slip into the bases, slips past the natural, in towards the main. For now, he wants the probe. Oh my god. Does get it. Yeah, one probe goes down, and from here he will get the scout. He slips into the main base and he will confirm the Oracle opener. It's going to be Oracle, not Void Ring. I say that. Looks like SHIN, he's more concerned with more economic damage. Depth slips in, gets one drone. Not bad. And SHIN, I mean, he can assume it's a Stargate, but he's not fully aware of the first units. SHIN, he did not confirm. God damn it, Diva. Every time. I just can't look at SHIN's perspective. There we go. Oracle into the main. Does dive in. Spawn all quite ready. Skillous, he'll punish. He'll get 1-2 drones so far. Getting up to 3. Oh my god. Yeah, 3 full workers, and then does pull out. A nice start here for Skillous. At the same time, SHIN, he's being active. He is ensuring he can delay the third as he rotates. But the second Oracle's back at home, and the third base should get up and running. Third base is on the way. Wings, they attempt to engage, but the Oracle's at home to defend. So SHIN is going to be forced back at home, happily joining up. And really what we're waiting for here is our first tech structure from SHIN. We're waiting for either a Roach Warren, a Baneling Nest, or an Evo Chamber, or even a fast lair. Waiting to see what our first tech is going to be. That will determine how SHIN plays this out. Does he play Ling Hydra? Does he play Roach Ling Bane? Does he play Roach into Hydra? Does he play Roach into Mutas? Yet to be confirmed, but it is going to be Evo Chamber first. We spoke about this last series. Fast Evo Chamber usually means +1 melee, usually means Ling Hydra and delayed Roaches or just skipped Roaches. That's typically what this leads into. So we're assuming there's going to be +1 melee. We'll see if that's the case. Likewise, skills, he rotates between the bases. Standard follow-up. We have a Forge, Twilight Council into +1 and Blink. Ooh, +1 and Charge. Hey, actually, we saw this the last time skills was on Persephone. True. We saw this same build against Eba, if you recall. Going to Charge. Meanwhile, we assume +1 melee. They'll go melees on the way. So it is going to be Ling Hydra. And now I'm a little bit concerned for SHIN. We'll get there. For now, he collapses on those Adepts. Adepts, they get surrounded. First Oracle up. Does not go down. Whew. Skilleth pulls away in time. Now, if you recall, in this kind of game state against Eba, he did go for a safety Baneling Nest. And, okay, there we go. And Eba did defend with Ling Bane. Thankfully, safety Baneling Nest on the way for SHIN as well, so he will also have Ling Bane available. Now, whether he has Banelings morphed in time, that's a different question. As these charge ults have a lot of potential. So basically, Skills is going to go for an early charge timing, and the goal here is to catch the Zerg player without Roaches or without Banelings. We know there are no Roaches, but there's potential for Banelings. So SHIN, in a sense, he has the tools to defend. We'll see if he can use them. For now, he moves out. Heads towards the third. Third base is somewhat exposed. Handlings, they can chip away at the base, but nothing too major. SHIN pulls away. Zealots, you can see they're banking up here at the natural. Oh, actually, this is an early Temple Archives. Okay, this is a unique variation here. If you remember, last time it was purely Zealots and Archons and High Templar, and Storm was delayed. But this is a little bit different. Lings get a full surround. That's a kill. Oh, that should not have happened. Kill, not a cancel. Nexus does go down. Massive pickoff. And the Zealots are revealed. Yeah, Zealots are revealed. He sees them at Baneling speed, starts up, and Baneling should be morphed in. SHIN pulls away. Does pull away. Here come those Banelings. They're morphing in here on the right-hand side to harass, actually, to go for a run-by. Bold move. Lings, they get a surround. Yeah, they surround the charge blocks. Queens move in. And Skills is being shut down. This time, there's no Prism to reinforce. I mean, he gave up on the Prism instead of going into the Archons. Alas, not quite worth it. Banelings, they waddle into the middle lines. Storm is not done. Oh, they're waddling in. Up. Oh my god. Brutal connections. 8 throw kills. High Templar forced to morph into Archons. Nice counterattack here from SHIN. SHIN building up his Ling Bane Hydra. Getting up to a decent economy, continuing to drone, saving his 4th base. And SHIN from here is looking solid. He rolls in once again. Ooh. 3 more probes. 3 more probes go down. We can see Skillless is trying to turtle up. Turtling up, going towards that fleet beacon. This should just be for the mothership. Into Mass Immortal Archon Storm. But Skillless, his 4th base was delayed. Remember, this was killed earlier. So Skillless, he's stumbling his way into the mid-game. He's had a lot less control than he did against Eba. And SHIN, he's maxed. SHIN, he's about to max out on Ling Bane Hydra. He does cut workers at 74. That is just under full 4-base saturation. And he's pushing. He's maxing out. He is not taking up into Hive, so he's not taking towards Hive. He's not taking towards Ultras. Sorry, towards Lurkers, I meant to say. He's moving out. And depending on the Storms, he could break this position. That's what it's going to come down to, the Storms. He rotates over towards the 3rd. Massive Storm goes off. Mainly on the Lings, though. And the base is exposed. More storms coming in. They shut down the Banelings. Oh, they force back the Hydras. The Lings, they get into the mineral line. They at least try to. Banelings once again zoning away the High Templar. Yeah, they do zone. High Templar force back. The expansion goes down. Massive pickoff. And that's all that SHIN wanted, and he might get even more than that. Surrounding the Archons. Rolling on in. Ooh, breaking through those High Templar. And that's going to be it. There's nothing left here. Surrounds the army. Breaks the fourth base. Gets into the natural. And Skillous, he's down to the one mothership. The mothership arrives, but there's nothing to support. There's nothing here. Does activate Cloak. We got the slow zone, but GG gets called, and SHIN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. SHIN does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense game 1 here. We saw that SHIN, he had a much more aggressive approach with his Baneling run bys, his Baneling counterattacks. Likewise, Skillous did have a different opener. If you recall, he went for an earlier Temple Archives and a later Robo and a later Warp Prism. So because of that, his first Zealot push was a little bit lackluster. He couldn't reinforce the way that he could previously in his previous series, so a bit of a different kind of attack, and SHIN, he was able to scout it ahead of time. Remember, he saw the move out when he actually killed the 4th base. If you remember, he moved out with Lings a little bit earlier. He got a full surround, he killed the 4th expansion, and that's also when he saw the charge lots. So he was able to prepare back at home, cripple the economy across the map, and yeah, just have a lot more freedom, have a lot more map control here on Persephone. And we'll see if Skillous can recover coming into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Killer's Mile for the first time here this broadcast. Killer's Mile is also another one of these newer TLMC maps. This is a unique map in the sense that the third base is more exposed. I'm curious to see who's going to be the aggressor. I feel like aggression in general is favored on this map a little bit more so than on others, just because the 3rd and 4th base are more exposed. We'll get into it. We'll get into it on Killer's Mile. Momento. Okay, we're good. As we are loading into game number 2. Sorry, just messing with our lighting. He's a shining example of how to swarm. Oh no. Oh no. Just catching up, and here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, representing Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Skillous. Here we go. It's more believable if Elias hatred of Diva prevents anyone from uttering her name. It's not the hatred of Diva, it's just very jarring. It's very jarring whenever I do like this to, like, you know, to see someone's vision, and then bam, like Diva hits your face. It's like, oh god. It's every time. God damn it. It's like, I'm like, oh, did SHIN, did he scout the tech? Did he see the Dark Shrine? I like pan over and then bam, gotta raise your APM. it's like, I just want to see what's happening. I just want to see what's going on. Every time. It's fine, it's fine. The solution is to make everyone use Diva, then they get used to it. True. Just blast Diva until it becomes background noise. Aye. Even her voice lines. Just admit you like the diva announcer. Eva. Shaking my head. Go back to studying. Go back to studying. God damn. As we are settling in. So far, standard openers. Oh, and also, of course, welcome on all to Killer's Mile. We were going to discuss the nature of the map itself. It does have some unique features similar to Abyssal Reef, or yeah, Abyssal Reef comes to mind, or King's Cove. There is a very narrow ramp coming into the natural. I would say it's a little bit more defendable just because of the cliff face and the terrain that's available here to try to protect this location. But what isn't as defendable is the third base. The third base doesn't have a ramp coming into it. You can enter and aggress upon the third base here from the center of the map. Likewise, the fourth base also doesn't have a ramp either. A little bit more open, a little bit more exposed. And we have seen a lot of aggression here, whether it's pushing into the third or the fourth base, be quite successful on Killer's Mile. So we'll see if SHIN is going to if Skills is going to embrace that. Last game, Skills had opened up Charge. This time, I imagine +1 Blink Stalkers is going to be on the horizon instead. We'll keep an eye on our Protoss players. Already, we do mix it up. Already, it's going to be a Void Ray opener, not an Oracle. Let's go. God damn. I was trying to think of another diva voice line, but I couldn't. That's the only one that came to mind. Now that Warden moves out, again, the goal here is to deny vision, deny scouting. Likewise, full wall here at the natural. And we'll see if SHIN can piece this all together. Our Skills claiming his third. SHIN moving in. Does move in, going for the probe. Oh, we'll get it. Nice pickoff. Probe goes down and will delay the expansion. So nice delay here. Once again, moving in. He wants that second probe, but he will not get it. Now this time does force the activation of the pulsar beam. SHIN pulls away. SHIN pulls away. Skills, he expands. Whew. Likewise, the Overlord did barely avoid the Void Ray. Not bad. Overlord's still alive and can always go in for a follow-up scout. Bit of a supply block here for Skillis. Oh, I say a bit of a supply block. It's a heavy supply block here. Delaying that second Oracle. Adepts move out. 5 Adepts here for Skillis. Once again, SHIN is going for the fast Evo Chamber into +1 melee. I believe this Evo Chamber is earlier than last game. I believe. Shading into the natural. Oh, does commit. Stays right behind the stasis is going to be targeted down. Nice pick up there by SHIN, but drones are going to fall. Getting 1, getting 2 drones so far. But only 2 drones for 5 Adepts. A nice cleanup here by SHIN. 1 Adept does shade towards the third base, gets 1 more drone. Can maybe get another. Not bad, okay. 4, 5. Oh my god. Clutch transfuse. Can he get it? Barely not. Okay, so 5 Adepts for 4 drones. Again, not the best trade here from Skillis. SHIN does hold, SHIN does defend. Is melee as the operative choice. And this should be for Ling Hydra. Should be. And once again, Skillis going for a very similar build. Once again, going for charge, not Blink Stalkers. So this does look like the same setup as at game number 1. Going to +1 in charge. Once again, that's going to be a Templar Archives. Templar Archives before the Robo. So we're going for some Archons to reinforce those initial charge lots. And we'll see if Skills can bring this all together. Sure, buddy, sure. The copium, the copium. Solution is always to raise your APM. Click hard and all that. Not wrong, not wrong. I haven't laddered in like 2 weeks. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I should have time to stream this week, though. I should have time to ladder. I'm very rusty, though, now. I mean, I'm always rusty because I always have like 1 or 2 week breaks in between ladder sessions, but so I'm always covered in rust. I will listen to Diva. I will raise the APM. And show her those skills. That's the other line. Oh god. God damn. Meanwhile, again, we do have our Ling Bane Roach Ravager set up here. Sorry, I misspoke. No Baliness is going to be Roaches to support, so Roach Hydra here from Shin. Meanwhile, Skillus, he's moving out. Here come those charge slots. Likewise, Shin does spot this, does confirm, does see this ahead of time. And he is amassing his army. He's getting ready back at home. He's setting up. This time, Skillus, he does not reinforce with Archons. Keeps them at home instead. Yeah, much earlier storm timing from Skillus. Yeah, storm before the 4th base. Jesus. A very early storm. So Skillus a little bit paranoid, a little bit concerned. Will forego his economy in favor of earlier tech and earlier splash damage. This means that Skillus is going to be more secure, and Shin, it looks like he's going for a very similar setup. If you recall, last game, Shin, he cut workers at 74. 74 workers, he cut worker production. He's not taking any further than this, bear that in mind. He's not taking into Hive, he's not taking into Lurkers. He's maxing out on purely Ling Roach Hydra. Ling Roach Hydra with +2. And we'll see if he can break Skillus, bearing in mind the Skillus, he has had Storm for quite some time, so he has Storm available. He pokes in. He's going to be deflected. Skillus defense is natural. Meanwhile, over at the 4th base, massive storm. Storm connects. Skillus so far so good. He has another storm. And storm on the Hydras. But the Immortals are exposed. They need more support. Shinny comes in from behind, going for the 3rd expansion. But more storms are coming in. And the High Templar exposed. Massive pickoff. Gets a High Templar. He gets one. I believe there's one storm left. And Shin, looks like he has enough. Yeah, he has enough. He tanks the storm. Lings, they flood in to reinforce. No more storms remaining. Archons are going down. And Shin, is he barely breaking through? We have reinforcing Immortals. Oh my god, that's a lot of Immortals. Yeah, 3 more Immortals come in. And Skillus, he's holding. He does hold on. He defends with pure Immortal. Whew, Jesus. 6 Immortals. Oh my god. And he's making 2 more. We're getting up to 8. 8 Immortals to defend. Skillus, he holds, he protects the base, the 4th base, the mineral line, and Shin is still all in. Shin, he's still not taking, he's still not droning, not taking extra gases, not getting a 5th expansion. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Skillus. Yeah, Shin is, he's just all in. He's just all in here. Massing out more Ling Hydra Ravager. It's going to be pure Immortal High Templar to defend. Oh my god. He's building up those storms. And this is looking a little bit dire here for Shin. I mean, once again, a lot of this comes down to the storms. Like, how good are the storms going to be? How well do they connect? Shin is moving in. Skillus out of position. The base is exposed. Shin stutter stepping in. Going for the Nexus. Again, that Skillus completely out of position. He gets owned away. He gets owned away here. And the base is going to go down. Massive pickoff. Likewise, better concave here for Shin. Shin trying to collapse on the army. That's going to be 10 Immortals. Oh my god. That's a lot of Immortals. And Shin, he pulls away. He gets out of here. Yeah, he doesn't have to fight. Ooh, bleeds out a couple of Hydras. But Shin, he kills the expansion, he gets the mineral line. Again, Skillus, he clearly had enough to defend, but he was out here on the right-hand side instead. He missed the rotation, he missed the main army. And now suddenly Skillus is in trouble. Suddenly Skillus, he has no economy, he's supply blocked. Suddenly Skillus, he's almost being forced all in himself. Meanwhile, Shin, he still hasn't droned. He still has not droned. Still massing up a greater army, knocks down the rocks. Does force a recall. Recall gets spent. Lings are going for the High Templar. He gets one. Gets one High Templar. He forces an Archon. Denies the 4th base once again. And Shin is pulling Skillus apart. Despite the initial failed push, I mean, the second wave did a surprising amount of damage. Killed the 4th, crippled the economy. Oh god. Shin, you have to be careful. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Has to respect the storm. From here, Shin pulls away, now taking a 5th expansion. Shin, he is still not droned. So down to 73 drones. Getting another base. Now getting into Banelings and Baneling speed. Investing into more upgrades. Still maxed out. And we'll see if Shin can break this fourth. Meanwhile, Skillus taking up into Sky Toss. Into a Fleet Beacon. Into a Mothership. He's up to how many Immortals? 12. Soon to be 13 Immortals. High Templar have been getting picked off. Immortals have not. Immortals have been building up over time. In fact, not a single Immortal has gone down this game. So 13 Immortals. Skillus, he's maxing out. This is a terrifying army, by the way, and Shin, now he realizes that the game is going to continue. He's now taking up into Hive, but this is a late Hive. Late tech for Shin. Remember, Shin has been all in, and now suddenly the supplies are evening up. Shin, he's hoping for a surround. He's setting up for a surround. He's going to try to collapse in the army. Bane's rolling in. Massive storms. Storms, they shut down the first wave. Aliens, they come in from behind. They shut down most of the High Temple, but the storms are brutal. Oh my god, he saves in the storms. The Hydras melt, and Skillus does it. Skillus, he breaks through. GG gets called. Skillus' snowballs out of control, and he will tab the series 1-1. Whew, GG. We are going to game 3. Again, Shin, he was doing a great job when it came to breaking the expansions and killing the 4th base, which he was able to do multiple times, but the reality is that he never broke the main army, right? He never killed a single Immortal. The Immortal count was building up. The High Templar count was building up. Skillus, he was closing that gap in supply. And because Shin was all in, he had to do more than just kill the 4th. He had to end the game, and he wasn't able to. In the end, Shin got outscaled. GG. GG, well played. If you recall, at the end of the game, Shin, he realized what was happening. He was like, ooh, I don't really have an army for this. He tried to get into a Hive. He threw down the Infestation bit. That was for a Lurker tech. Without Lurkers, without Hive tech, Shin had nothing. Shin had nothing. GG, well played. And with that, we're going to the ace match. Going into game 3, and this could go either way. This can go either way here. It's still up in the air. Shin and Skillus both deserving to make it into the quarterfinals. But only enough room for one of them. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Zerg player, himself, representing Gaiman Gladiators, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. Here we go. Ooh, and again, we had a very intense game previously, and so far Shin has been hyper aggressive. Game 1, he went for a 70. I mean, both game 1 and game 2, he went for 74 workers. He went up to just under 4 base saturation, and he just maxed out. He maxed out, he tried to end the game. We saw that last game Skillus did play safer. If you recall, that is why Skillus delayed his 4th. Last game, he had a delayed 4th base. He rushed into Storm, he rushed into Immortal production before expanding. Shin, he still found some damage, that is true, but it was not enough damage. It was not enough in the end. Killing the 4th and killing the mineral line was not enough. Again, it shows just how committed Shin was, and I'm hoping that Shin mixes it up here. I'm hoping he doesn't go for the same style 3 games in a row, because clearly Skillus is adapting. Clearly Skillus, he's playing safer. He's playing safer, playing in a way more defensive here. He's more aware of the aggressive potential of Shin, and he's taking that into account. So now would be the time for Shin to mix it up. Now, whether he plays Muta or whether he is more greedy and is faster to take up into Lurkers, we're here to find out. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I wouldn't be opposed to Shin even feigning aggression and instead droning up harder and taking up faster into Lurkers. I think that could be successful, but we'll see. We shall see. just because SHIN, he's been doing a great job at gaining map control, right? He has gained map control in both Game 1 and Game 2. He has had free reign, and with that has been hyper aggressive. But in the ace match, he should mix that up. SHIN does expand, taking his third base. Standard opener here out of Skillous. Likewise, Stargate has been thrown down, taking up into Stargate, into Oracles, or Void Rays. We'll see how Skillous does open up. And it is going to be the Oracle first. Ling dips in. The Ling gets, I believe, no kills yet, but does at least confirm the opener. Confirms the initial unit. From here, it's going to be on SHIN to maintain his economy, to keep up. So far, Skills has been quite successful with his first Oracle. Like, getting 4 or 5 drone kills is typically what he's able to achieve, what he's able to get across the map. We'll see if we can do that again. For now, claiming his third. Keeps the first Oracle back at him for now. Let's keep it back home. Once again, Eva Chamber first out of SHIN. Once again, going into faster +1 melee. Has been his go-to every game so far. And Skillous, he is looking for damage. At this point, the Spore is already in position. Remember, this is a late to move out with the Oracle. As Skillous, he was a little bit more passive early on. Or more defensive, maybe a better way of putting it. He'll be more defensive. Twilight Council's on the way. And I believe this is a bit of an earlier Twilight. Okay, there we go. Early Twilight Council into Forge. We'll see if he goes into Charge. I mean, Skillous has embraced Charge every game so far. Shades into the natural, gets surrounded. Oracles, they come into support. A little bit late, they get a Queen. And Queen goes down. But no economic damage. And not yet. As more Queens respond, Adepts a Shade into the main. Lings are in position, and Lings will clean this up. Whew. And no drone kills. Yeah, not a single worker goes down. Nice defense so far. We'll get a Queen. We'll get 2 Queens even. And potentially a third. Yeah, no transfuse. No transfuse. Gets a third Queen. Oh my god, yeah. God. Gets 3 Queens. Did I say 3? Gets 4 Queens even. Oh my god. And I believe that's almost every single Queen. No Spore here at the third base, and this is getting out of hand. Getting out of control. 5 as 6 drone kills. Initially, the defense was beautiful. Initially, not a single drone went down. But I'd spoken too soon, because now 7 workers and 4 Queens fall. Ay, ay, ay. Lings, they attempt to counterattack. There are deaths back at home. Skills, he defends, and Skills is in a strong position. It's looking good. It's looking good. The Queens have to be rebuilt. 4th base now on the way. SHIN, he has to re-drone, resaturate, rebuild those Queens. And Skills looking solid. Behind this, getting into not charge, into +1 and blink, standard follow-up. And we'll see, after getting so much damage, he could even throw down extra gateways, throw down a proxy, and just commit. We'll keep an eye on him. Right now, speaking of extra gateways, he's getting up to 8. Yeah, so an 8 set up on 3 bases. Skills, he gets 1 gas at the third. SHIN, he is trying to hold on, trying to keep up. Stalkers are moving out. Yeah, here comes a probe 3-base all in. He's coming with a proxy. So he's going to throw down a 9th gateway. So a proxy 9th gate. So it's going to be a 3-base 9-gate all in with pure blink Stalker from Skillous. And this is because of the damage he dealt early on. Because he knows that SHIN is vulnerable, he's going for the kill. He's going to try to break Skillous here and now. But the proxy isn't ready yet. Lings are coming from behind. Nice setup. He goes for the surround, takes down the pylon. Very nice pickup. He will delay reinforcements. He will slow down Skillous. I mean, well, he's not stopping. Skillus moving out with the second probe. But again, that pylon is so late. Despite that, Skillus still going for the kill, still going for the throat. Lings once again from behind. Stasis does go off. Stasis goes off. Hydras are amassing. The base is getting very low. Oof. Skillus getting forced back. Pylon is done. Again, forced to throw in those slow warp-ins. There's the 9th gateway. Again, it's a delayed 9th gate. It's a delayed push here from Skillus. But SHIN is still struggling to hold on. Still struggling to survive. Up! Going for the expansion, does get it. Third base goes down. And again, Skillus is not stopping. He's not stopping. He's not taking. Now he throws down another expansion, getting to charge behind this. Remember, there's no Storm, no Archons, no Colossus. Just pure gateways. Pure Stalker and soon to be Zealot as well. The Hydras, they need support. Without Lings, these Hydras, they're so vulnerable. They need either Lings or Roaches here. Skillus might just have too much. As again, it was just a really rough early game for SHIN. I mean, losing all these queens and drones almost sealed the deal. That's what triggered this. Like, that's the reason why Skillus went for the all-in. As he's pushing forward again, trading very well against these Hydras. As these are so expensive for SHIN. Yeah, he blinks in. He just blinks in. He breaks through. Skillus, he overwhelms. GG gets called, and Skillus, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Skillus Nikita, he will claim the series, will advance on. Again, SHIN, unfortunately, he just had a really rough early game. He lost 4 queens and 7 drones at the start of the game. He initially had a really strong defense, but very quickly everything just fell apart. And after that damage was dealt, then Skillus, he made the decision. Made the decision to go for the mass 3-base all-in with 8 gates with a proxy 9th gateway. SHIN had a great moment when he delayed that pylon, when he got a surround, when he killed the pylon, when he killed the probe. He delayed the push, but he only delayed the inevitable. Like, he was still too far behind. He still could not keep up. He could not defend, not after those early game losses. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be following Skillus into the next round. Congratulations here. Again, Skillus, once he saw weakness, once he saw an opportunity, just went for it. Just went for the kill then and there. And let's catch up on that bracket. Let's go. Okay. As we are getting into this, we have Clem. Clem takes down Jumi 2-0. Clem is up against Showtime. Clem is up against Showtime in a TVP in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Solar takes down Coca. Milky Cow takes down Nice 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, and Milky Cow and Solar are currently mid-series. That's what we're waiting for. Waiting for that series to wrap up or to open up, then we can jump in and follow that into SHIN. Sorry, into SHIN? Into Skillus. Looks like there was a misreport on the brackets, but as we know, Skillus did win that series, so they will probably fix that. They will fix that on the challenge. We'll probably have to get Wardy to fix that scoreline. Hold on, let's just refresh. Yeah. So just measuring Wardy so we can mix it up. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have herO. Actually, hold on. Let's scroll down together. herO takes down Nick Rack 2-1. herO takes down Classic 2-0. Classic takes down Cure. Oh my god, some big results coming here. So Classic takes down Cure. herO takes down Classic. Here he's waiting in those lower semifinals where he's waiting for the winner of MaxPax and Creator. Creator was able to knock down ByuN and MaxPax took down Lemon. Lemon popped off though. Lemon, he 2-0'd Ryung and he took a map off of MaxPax as well. Very impressive play there by Lemon. But in the end, we have purely Protoss. So it's going to be one Protoss player confirmed for the finals. Either going to be herO, MaxPax, or Creator. As the PvPs are popping off. Meanwhile, we are waiting for Solar versus Milky Cow. So we have a bit of downtime here waiting for Solar versus Milky Cow. I'm curious as to where Wardy is. Hold on, I can clean this up a little bit. There we go. I'm curious as to what series Wardy is covering, just because we usually join up for the semis.
You want to still try and play very
and Wardy, he's in Showtime versus Clem. Okay. So he's in the upper quarterfinals match. And we will most likely jump into, again, Solar and Milky Cow. Okay. If anyone's casting that, it would be Rex. Let's have a look here. What's Rex casting? Yep, yeah, he's... I can always count on Rex, pappy. So Rex, he's casting Milky Cow versus Solar. They're in the ace match. Yo, let's go. They're in the ace match, which means we won't be able to jump in mid-series because they're about to wrap up. So we'll cover either player. We'll cover either player here against Skilless. Quarterfinals, Skilless versus TBD. Beautiful. What amazing control. Yeah, he controlled well. Did control well. Looking at... Alright, that's about to finish. Yeah, it's about to finish. So Solar, GG, well played. Solar, he just took down Milky Cow 2-1, which means up next we have Solar versus Skilless in a ZVP. So we have confirmation. Beautiful. So we have a little bit of downtime here, so we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, when we come back, we will have Skilless versus Solar. We're going to be following that into, eventually, the semifinals. So we're kind of nearing and getting towards the end of the broadcast in a sense. The second half. So we'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we have returned. We have returned here with the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Monday 29. We have purely ZVPs today. Oh my god. Skillus has been going through the gauntlet, and that gauntlet continues as spawning in the top right hand corner of a Killer's Mile. We have the blue Protoss player, I've said brutal Protoss because of the because of the skin. The blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as it is Gamba time. Let's go. ZVP Palooza, boy. Oi, vámonos, papi, vámonos. Sí. Oh my god. I mean, Zergs are a rare sight nowadays, so I'm happy to indulge in some ZVPs while I can. I'll be honest, coming into this, Skillus, he has been on fire, but he has shown some weakness from time to time. Both Shin and Iba were able to make Skillus bleed, so coming into this, I do lean towards Skillus. I'll be honest, I do lean towards Skillus, but I want to believe that Sol can make a series out of this, and again, he can also bring Skillus down. I do believe we can get it back and forth. We'll see if we can get a Zerg player into the semi-finals, though. That'd be crazy. Oh my god. That'd be out of this world. For now, though, we're going Hatchcat's Pool into a faster third base. Very greedy here from Solo. So Solo going for a third expansion before the natural is even done, before any queens either. So very greedy here from Solar, and he should be able to get away with it initially. Not bad. Probe Scout does come in. You can see that Solar, he had to skip he had to delay his second queen. So no second queen, just one queen at the natural to afford that faster hatchery. And Skillus, he doesn't confirm. Oh, he doesn't check. Because of this, Solar, he's going to be a little bit weak. I mean, he's even skipping lings. Yeah, he's skipping... Jesus. He skips his lings, he delays his queen, he does rush into the expansion, just purely droning. First Adept is now moving out, and now Skillus realizes, he's like, oh, hold on. Yeah, you have been greedy, and Solar, he is getting away with it. There's one Adept moving out across the map, but Solar, he should have these lings out in time to defend. But so far, just cheeky moves out of Solar. Very cheeky. Solar, he cuts the corners. And, oh, does morph in that Overlord in time. Does save the egg, does save the larva. Again, one Adept can't really threaten Solar too much, and Solar, he does invest into an extra wave of lings. Let's say shaded towards the mineral line. They do commit. And lings getting picked up. That's big here from Skillus. And does shade away. Catching even more lings. Does catch more lings, does pull out. Rotating around. But last Solar doesn't lose any drones. That's what matters here. His economy is still stable. And right now the pressure is on Skillus because Solar has a boosted economy from the early game. Skillus getting his third base. Moving out with that Oracle. Oh, and so far he gets 3 drone kills. Not bad. He gets 3 workers, pulls away. That does trigger a counterattack. Solar, he's going for the third expansion. Meanwhile, the second Oracle does arrive just in time. Just in time to defend. Yeah, so Solar shouldn't get much done. Adept gets surrounded, but the Oracle's in position. And Solar's forced away. So in the end, Skillus, he defends back at home. Solar droning up, saturating his third base. Building up towards a longer game state. There's that initial Eva Chamber, sorry, Temple Archives, Twilight Council by Skillus. Should be seeing a Forge follow-up momentarily. Did not sleep enough. It's fine, it's fine. We'll make it. Meanwhile, Solar going lair first. Okay. Again, so far, out of all the Zerg players we've been featuring here tonight, Solar, he is cutting corners more so than others. Here, Solar, he's going to be delaying his Evo chamber, so no pulse on melee, into a faster lair. This can lead into faster Hydra production, into potentially even a faster Lurker tech. We'll keep an eye on Solar. We'll see if he does continue joining or not. Meanwhile, Skillus is going into charge. Now, this tells me that Solar, he's gonna have less to really support himself. Like, again, Solar's cutting corners. He's cutting corners, he's being greedy, he's taking all of his gases, the layer is almost done. Again, this should be filling Hydra for a big commitment in a Hydra tech. And I want to say that Skillus' charge timing... Oh, no, he cancels, never mind. Does cancel charge. I was going to say his charge timing could be quite successful, but he does change his mind. And I'm concerned for Skillus. Now, I am concerned Hydra Den is on the way. Should be seeing a 4th expansion momentarily. Likewise, things they collapse on top of that 4th base. The wall is open. Yeah, wall is wide open. Lings, they flood in. They flood into the natural. They slip out into the main as well. Nice hold position micro. Probe's going to be going down. Yeah, skill is getting torn apart here. Losing out 5 workers so far. Leading out 5 workers. Solar, he pulls away, building up more Ling Hydra. And we'll see if Solar drones. That's what I'm curious about here. I mean, obviously there's no upgrades, so he was cutting corners up until this moment. From here, he can just commit into a 3-base all-in. The difference between this all-in and what we saw from Eba, for example, or even Shin, is that this is going to hit with more Hydras. Like the prioritization of Hydras and the Hydra upgrades is insane here this game from Solar. So more Hydras, better upgrades. It does hit sooner as well. As again, he didn't waste or spend any gas on upgrades on the Evo chamber. And he commits. Yeah, Solar, he's committing. He is not droning up his own 3rd base. This is a 3-base all-in, but again, a very different 3-base all-in than what we've seen previously. Heavily prioritizing those Hydras, of course, instead. And we'll see if he can break through. See if he can break through. So far, Skillus, he does blink well. Shaves off the Lings. Lings are going down. Hydras are exposed. Oh, but Stalkers are also going down as well. Yeah, rough trades there for Skillus. Bleeds out a lot of Stalkers. Needs those reinforcements. Adepts have arrived. They can help buffer. And that's where Chargers would have come in. That's where they would have come into play. Otherwise, decent blink control, but 2, 3 Stalkers go down. Now those things always getting on top of the Hydras. Oof. It's still barely not enough. Skills, he's holding on. So far, he's holding on. He's surviving. Again, without Lings, Solar can't really engage. He needs those Lings. And remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Skillus. There it's going to be. Oh. Catching at the Overseer. Overseer goes down. Changelings as well. Solar trying to rotate. Skillus keeping up. And so far, so good. Cannons are on the way. We have cannons here at the natural. Oh, Skillus, calm down. Let's pull back around. Stasis gets baited. Second Stasis as well. Lings, yeah, they collapse on the side defense. But once again, Solar, he's running out of Lings. Slow Lotar moving in. No charge yet. A shield battery running out of energy. Skills once again pulling away. Another warp in. And Skills, it looks like he should be able to survive this. Yeah, there's just not enough Lings. Not enough Lings. Skills, he's tempted to blink forward. So tempted. There we go. Charge is late. Charge is delayed here. I will say that. As Skills, he's had the resources for it for quite some time. You can see Skills banking on minerals. Warping away with slow lots. And with those slow lots, he has enough. He has enough skills. He shuts down the all-in. Again, it was a different form of all-in here by Solar, but still not enough. GG gets called in. Skillous, he will take game number 1. GG. Does survive, does take the game. Again, very intense game there from Solar, but as we saw, Skillous, he was pretty well prepared. He was set up back at home. Very nice blink control. We did see Skillous slipping up a little bit here and there, especially when it comes to his charge timing, as he did have the resources for charge for quite some time, did delay it. Likewise was missing some warp-ins here, but regardless, he was controlling the army well enough, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Remember, Solar, he had no longevity in that game. He had 0 upgrades, 0 tech. He had no workers at the 4th base either. It was all or nothing. Was that 3 base all in? And with that, Skillous is 1 game away from making it to the semifinals. Let's go. Here we go. And I'm most curious as to what map we're going to load into. We spoke earlier, even when we initially casted Killer's Mile in the previous series, how this map is, or that map was known for like these big all-ins, especially at the 3rd and 4th base. Here we're loading into Persephone. Interesting. I would say arguably a bit of a more defensive map than Killer's Mile. There are a lot more ramps, a lot more choke points. At the same time, I believe the rush distance is a little bit shorter on Persephone. We'll see. We'll see where this leads us as we are loading into game number 2. We go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Skillous. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Solar. And again, the pressure is on Solar. If you've been watching Solar ZVPs over the past month, maybe even 2 months, I would say either a month, maybe 4 weeks at most, Solar has been going for purely all-ins. Just like the previous game, different variations of 2 base all-in and 3 base all-in is what Solar has been doing. He has been able to defeat MaxPax and herO with this style as well, but I would say he's becoming a little bit predictable in that sense. We'll see if he can continue to have success with this, or if Skillous will have more success, you know, being a little bit safer in his openers and a little bit safer in his mid-game. As we haven't really seen Solar macro in quite some time. In this matchup, I should emphasize, in ZVP. So we've seen plenty of more later game setups against Terran players. Now Skillous does poke in, does pull away. Hatch got full opener by Solar. We saw Solar being hyper greedy last game. I doubt he's going to go for that here this time. I doubt he's going to be quite as greedy on Persephone. We'll keep an eye on him. Skillous, he's on patrol, trying to force some inefficient mining. Skillous moving out. Again, 3rd base not being taken, and a much more standard timing here. Solar, he gets his 2nd queen, getting a 3rd queen, so this time a much more standard game. This time a much more standard game state. does pull back. Where Skillus, he dips in with that Oracle, gets a couple of worker kills. Nothing too major. Just only 2 so far. Sorry. Just a little bit distracted. Focus on the match. For now, just getting 2 drones so far. Skillus, he pulls away, getting his 3rd on location, and we're just chilling. We're just nothing major so far, just getting into our Stargate opener, into Oracles, no Void Ray initially, and likewise, Solar, he didn't cut corners. Did not cut corners the way he did previously, so far everything is looking as it should. Really, our eyes are on the further tech. Last game, if you remember, Soul, he went for a lair first. He went lair first into a Ling Hydra all-in on 3 bases. Here, we'll see if he goes lair first again. He could go for a faster Evo chamber, Roach Warren, could take earlier gases. We'll see what Solar goes for. As we're getting up to that 5-minute mark. Likewise, Twilight Council opener here out of Skillus, followed by the Forge. Skillus, every game we've casted Skillus on Persephone, he has gone charge. Every single game. Meanwhile, once again, lair first. Solar, looks like the same build. Looks like the same build 2 games in a row. Lair first into Hydras, into gases without an Evo chamber. That's what we're expecting out of Solar. And we'll see if he goes for the same thing. Meanwhile, yep, every game so far in Persephone, charge. Charge is on the way. Now we do see, okay, Evo Chamber out of Solar. So already Solar, he's deviating. Now the Evo Chamber is late. It is later than the lair, I should emphasize. But this time we actually have one. So we can start up some upgrades. We'll see if he goes for melee or range. We'll keep an eye on Solar. Meanwhile, Skillus is going to be more aggressive early on with those charge lots. Oh. That was 90 expansion. Nice pickoff. Hatchery is denied. Gases are being taken. Mass Revelation. Revelation. Oh my god, as the Oracle does go down. Just barely. 1 Oracle falls, but we do get eyes on the gases. We get eyes on everything, actually. The timing of the Hydra Den. The +1 range on the way. And I do think there's potential for damage. Right now, Skills, he's banking up those Zealots. You can see them here. They're slowly banking up and building up over time. Skillus is going to go for an early Zealot move out. And Solar, we'll see what he'll have to defend. Now, Solar, he's already getting up to 3-base saturation. He is taking up even further. Okay, so after game 1's failed all in, Solar, he's taking, he's droning, getting up 4th base. Solar is getting ready for a longer game state. What he doesn't have, though, no Bailey Nest, no Roach Warren. Without Bailings and Roaches, these Zealots have potential. These Zealots, they have potential. Overseer moving in. The Overseer will scout this. Yeah, they'll see the Zealots, he knows. Yeah, Solar, he knows what's going on. He sees the Zealot warp in. Back at home, he's massing up his Ling Hydra. And Solar, he sees this coming ahead of time. So now there's less of a chance that these Zealots actually get damage. They move in, but yeah, we can see Solar, he's ready for it. Pulls away the queens, he evacuates the mineral line, he won't lose any workers, and Solar's safe. I say that Skills is going for the expansion. We have Mass Transfuse. Transfuse will barely keep alive a little bit longer, but oh, not enough. The base goes down, massive pickoff. Okay, Skillus, calm down. He kills the expansion, he pulls out. Likewise, Solar, he does trigger a counterattack. He's moving out. Meanwhile, remember, Storm was already researched. It was Storm before the 4th base. But Lings are coming in for the surround. Up, we need the Storm. Bailey not ready. 1 Eye Templar goes down. An Archon gets forced to morphed in. Brutal loss here. 3 Eye Templar full. Yeah, and Solar's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. He's going for the 4th base. Massive pickoff. Yeah, and Skillus losing those 3 High Temple was brutal. As now he's stuck on 3 bases. He's stuck on 3 expansions. He gets punished for his charge, for his attack. For his move out. We're setting up here back at home. setting up. Yo, shout out to Captain Fish. Captain Fish. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Gab, amiga. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Sir Tannis. Oh my god. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, man. Hope you had a good stream, and I hope you had a good show match. Meanwhile, Skills, he's stuck at home. And Skills is in a rough position here. Remember, his 4th base was delayed. He lost High Templar. Now he's building up towards the mothership. But Skills, he's stuck at home. And remember, Sola, he was teching up. He was teching up. He's already got lurkers. He already has a hive. He's working towards lurker upgrades. Solar is in a much better position here. So from here, Sola, he can drone, he can take a 5th base, and he should be able to max out. Now, Skillless, again, he is relinquishing map control, so he's throwing down cannon, shield battery, stasis traps. Right now, the best option and one of the only options for Skillless is the turtle. Like, the other option would be to go to just go for an all-in. Just go for an all-in, but alas, he has chosen to turtle up instead. It's either one or the other. We can see him move out, and he can always recall. He's hoping to catch out these things. Oh, High Templar! High Templar exposed. Storm goes up, and Lings, oh my god, they get shut down. Jesus. That storm was brutal. Solo's pushing forward with those lurkers. Skillless, he pulls back. He pulls back, he's building up his immortal count. Lurkers, they pick away at the wall. Storm's coming in. But again, that's a lot of lunkers. The immortal count's just not there. Some decent storms. Likewise, Skill sneaking out across the map with that War Prism. Mothership has arrived, going for the slow zone. And slow zone on the lunkers. But he only has 2 immortals. That's not going to be enough. Yeah, 2 immortals is not enough. Solo, he breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line. Takes down the immortals. Forcing his way in. Again, he's got how many? He's got 18 lurkers. And Sola, he will not be stopped. He won't be stopped, but not by this army. And again, Skills, he just lost far too much early on. We spoke about it. I mean, one of his only options here was to turtle up, and he's trying to, but alas, still just cannot compare to this army. He's with the 1 carrier. Oh god, the spine shots are brutal. Yeah, spine shots on the charge lots. 0 storms left. I just say move in. And Sola has done it. Sola, he's done it. He has broken the base, broken the 4th for the 2nd time. Takes down the mothership. GG gets called, and Sola, he will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. We are going to the ace match. And we'll see how this goes. I mean, we're waiting for the final map here. A lot of this I feel like is going to be determined by that final map, but winding it back here to game number 2, Skillless, he was pretty committed with his Zealot move out, and he did kill the expansion, but you can see here the map come into play. The short rush distance by ground, you can see that Skillless, he did not have a lot of time to prepare back at home for the counterattack. He had 6 High Templar, but he did not have a storm ready. He lost 3 High Templar in the initial defense, and he lost the 4th base. He lost the 4th expansion. That was a brutal loss, one that he could not afford, and from there, Solar did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Without Solar, he was able to embrace his tech, able to embrace the lurker tech, of course, the lunkers. And that is taking us here into the ace match, into game 3. We go. And I feel like a lot of how this map is going to really unfold is going to be determined by the map itself. Whether we load into a more aggressive one or a larger one. I'm not privy to the vetoes, so not too certain. So we're still setting up. You went BCs. Oh, the Este Captain Fish. You're an animal, Pap. You're an animal. Oh, God. How could you BC him? And we have an answer. It's going to be Ultra Love. Ooh, interesting. Ultra Love is a smaller map, is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. A little bit more defendable with the choke points, that is true. So there's a bit of a give and take here. If you recall, last time we saw Skillous on Ultra Love, he did 3-base all in. He did go for the 3-base all in against SHIN. He did break SHIN in the end, did bring him down. But if you remember, that was only because Skillous had dealt crippling damage early on. If you recall, Skillous, he was able to kill 4 queens and 7 drones in the early game when it came to his early game Adept and Oracle Harass. And that's what led into the all-in follow-up. So we'll see if Skillous is going to be as successful this time. So jumping into the ace match and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Skillous. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Falcons, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. He has momentum on his side. Can he keep it going? It is Solar. Let's go. Getting into game number 3. And again, it's been an intense back and forth. I am hoping that Skillous doesn't go for that charge build again. I'll be honest, I'm not too fond of it, but we actually have not really seen it work on Persephone. It's had some very mixed results. Very mixed. So I'm hoping he avoids it here, but we'll keep an eye on Skillous. Likewise, Solar going hatch gas pool. Standard opener. Getting his natural on location. There we go. Now, we have seen Solar already cut corners, especially in game 1. I don't see that working here on Ultra Love. Again, the map is a lot smaller and is prone to those 3-base all-ins. So you don't want to get caught out. So now happily joining. Meanwhile, gate expand into Cybercore from Skillous, standard opener. Road moves out. And Solar, he doesn't rush into an early third. Okay, so he doesn't go for the same build that we saw on Kill Switch. Oh, sorry, or Killer's Mile, that one. Let's calm things down. Joining up, getting his queens. Standard build. And again, last game we saw Solar embrace lurkers a lot earlier as well. He was happy to join up his 4th base. Just a very, very different side of Solar that we've seen in a long time, which I appreciate. For the first time in like over a month, we saw Solar tuck up into lurkers and join up to 4 bases. It was crazy. It was crazy. I appreciate it. 3rd base now on the way. Behind the Stargate open out of Skillous. Again, just standard play so far. We'll see if he does go for a Void Ray, for example, just to hide his tech, just to try to keep Solar guessing. Skillous, he has options. Does have options here. But now, yeah, speaking of, there it is, a Void Ray first out of Skillous. So it does open Void Ray. He's going to hunt down those overlords. He will hide his follow-up tech. From here, he can go for an earlier Twilight Council into Glaives, for example. But otherwise, he can just take a 3rd base and get into +1 and blink. Doesn't have to hide anything. Now setting up for his 3rd. Void Ray has arrived. We're settling in. From the side of Solar, once again, we're waiting for his tech of choice, waiting for either a Lair First, Evo Chamber, or Roach Warren, or even Baneling Nest. Our eyes are open for that tech, which we can start seeing it around the 430 mark. Likewise, Lings, they hunt down the first death. They do not get it. Whew. Nice defense here by Skillous. He does pull away, doesn't lose a single unit, and he expands. We'll take his 3rd. So Solar forced to remake those lings. Still droning. Still droning up. Oracles are on the way. Solar, he's in position here at his base. Meanwhile, he's going for a 428-ish lair timing. So he's going lair first. We've seen this before. Now, last game he went lair first into +1 range, not into +1 melee. That led into eventually lurker tech. Saw that in game 2. Oh, meanwhile, Def Stage shade into the mid line. Lings are in position, and the Defs are going to be shut down. Yeah, not the best shade here from Skillus. He might be able to focus on some workers, but nah, he trades against Lings. A better trade here for Solar. Oracle does get 3 drone kills. Not bad. As we actually get 5 drones. Oh my god. 5 drones in total. Okay. Not the worst trade, I believe, 1-to-1. Yeah, 5 Defs for 5 drones. I'll still say better for Solar. Meanwhile, no Evo Chamber. So no Evo Chamber. This does look like the same build that we saw in game 1. So it's going to be lair first into Hydras, 0 upgrades, 0 Evo Chambers, no Roach Warren. He will take some gases. He will get a 4th base just for Lava. But this screams a 3 base all-in. I'm saying 66 workers. So joining up to 66, not any further than that, and maxing out on Ling Hydra. Meanwhile, Skillus going for his own Gateway Explosion, getting up to 6 gates. 6 gates on 3 bases, getting to +1 and Blink. It's going to be on Skillus to figure out what's going on. Now, Skillus, he's already played against this build once before. Skillus, he is going for his Temple Archives before his 4th expansion, so that means earlier Storm. That is going to be crucial here in the defense. Solar, for now, he's run up to 63. He does get the Revelation off, and Skillus does he scout. He does confirm the Hydra Den. So he sees the Hydra Den. He will eventually get eyes on the 4th base. Again, I'm making the assumption here that Solar, I mean, again, there's no Evo Chambers. No Evo Chambers, no upgrades. He shouldn't be joining up this 4th. He should be maxing out on Ling Hydra. Ling's a threat in the natural. There it is. Storm is on the way. We should be chronoing it as best as we can. There we go. Shield batteries as well. So, Skills, he knows. He knows what's going on. He needs to get ready. He needs to get ready for that all-in. Keeping up with the Lings. Yep, knocking down the tower. Storm is still on the way. There's Revelation on the 4th base. Yeah, more cannons, more shield batteries. Here we go. Cannons and shield batteries at the natural as well. He's getting ready here for the push. Meanwhile, Solar, he's banking up, building up his Lings, his Hydras. Remember, it's just pure Ling Hydra. No Banelings, no Roaches, no Lurkers, no further tech, no nothing, no drones either. Just pure Ling Hydra. And either he breaks Skillus or he dies trying. Skillus right now, stasis traps. Storm is almost done. Not yet, though. I feel like we didn't quite chrono boost out that Storm. And with that, it's going to be a tough hold. Storm, 6 more seconds. He needs it, Pappy. Does need the Storm. Yeah, it's now done. Storm on the Hydras. Good connection. Hydra speed just now finishing. Lings, denied entry into the natural. Another massive Storm. Yeah, the Storms are brutal. And remember, Solar, he has no longevity in this game. He is all in. You can see him. Now he drones. He panned back home. He drones up. He throws out an infestation bit. Solar, he realizes the all-in is not working. The all-in is not going to work. But this is all late tech. Late droning, late tech. Solar, he's trying to transition out of this. Can he knock down the 4th base? Nice rotation. Skillus out of position. Yeah, heavily out of position. The base is going to go down. Massive pickoff. Yeah, Skillus, he struggles to respond. And by killing the 4th, Solar, he's still in this. He's in this game. As long as he doesn't commit. As he does get 1 High Templar. So 1 High Templar. Baits out a Storm. And Solar, he's successfully droning up now. If he didn't kill this 4th base, I would have said that Solar was behind. Like, Solar, he would be behind right now if he didn't get the kill. But now he's containing Skillus. And Skillus, he had the tools to defend. Like, he had the army, he just was out of position. He didn't see the rotation. And now Solar, he's taking up into Hive, into Lurkers, into now +1. Again, +1 is late, Hive is late, Lurkers are late. Everything is late here for Solar, but he's getting there. And he is denying the 4th. So it's okay. This is still okay for Solar. Meanwhile, he baits out 2 more storms. The storms did not connect. Skillous is now taking up. And because Skillous' 4th base was denied, now suddenly Skillous has a turtle. Now it's similar to the previous game where Skillous now he has no momentum. He has no map control. He should, but he doesn't. And now he's stuck at home. He has to turtle up and throw down more cannons, more shield batteries, get into the mothership, get into more immortals. Solar, he's free to drone. He's free to saturate, get another 5th expansion, max out. Solar's still in the driver's seat. At least for now. Now there is a window here where there's plenty of lurkers. Yeah, there's 5 lurkers to defend. Skillous is deep on creep. He should not be here. We can see Solar getting ready for a counterattack or even a surround. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Skillous, so he has to do something. Otherwise, he's just falling behind. Meanwhile, Solar, he does move out. Do we get a recall? Storm goes off. Solar, he breaks through. Yeah, he breaks through into the natural. There's that recall back home. Recall to the 3rd expansion. Oof, probes are going down. Solar trying to collapse on the army. Skillous, he's trying to race back home, but he's getting caught out. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Solar, he has momentum. He's going for the kill, going for the 4th once again. Likewise, pushing into that natural. This time, Skillous is in position. Skillous, he defends back at home. Storm's coming in. The first Tempest has arrived. Is that going to be enough? Up. Hydras are getting within range. Storms are coming in. Massive storms. Throws down a couple of storms. The base is still under fire. He needs a storm on the army. Oh, nice cloak. Yeah, no detection. Storms do come in. And Skillous, he's barely holding on. But there is that Overseer. The Overseer has arrived. Storms on the lurkers. Oh my god, so many Hydras, so many High Templar go down. It's getting close here, but it looks like we're running out of Hydras. Yeah, Solar, he runs out of Hydras, just pure lurker at this point. And Solar, he has to back off. He has to back off, he has to retreat. Skillous, he holds on. It was not easy, it was very expensive. He lost so many High Templar in that fight. You can see here, 3 High Templar and 2 Archons. Expensive losses there for Skillous. But he survives. I cannot chase this down. Has to be careful. Skillous, he pulls away. Getting caught on creep. Okay, Storm's not ready. And you can see Solar, he doesn't let Skillous breathe. He just doesn't let him breathe. He just keeps pushing, keeps going. If he relents, if he backs off, then Skillous will recover. He will stabilize. So Solar doing everything he can to just end the game. To end the game here and now. Here come the Abductions. Here come the Yoinks. Oh, gets a Tempest. 1 Tempest goes down. Getting the 2nd Tempest. Ooh, yoinking a 3rd. Every Tempest falls, and without Tempest, there's nothing to hold on. The Lunkers, they're moving in. And again, Skillous had a really strong start to this game. As Skillous was ahead, he was defending against the all-in. And all it took was 1 moment where Skillous was just out of position. Just 1 moment. Once the 4th base was killed, I mean, that was it. That was all that Solar was looking for. That's all that he wanted. That led into this game state. Led into this. And Skillous just can't keep up. He cannot keep up, not anymore. There's a world out there where he would have taken this series, but not here, not this time. There's the recall. Ooh. He's had a lot of High Templar, and Solar just keeps going. Just keeps on pushing, takes down the 4th base, now going for the 3rd. Ooh. Takes down the shield batteries, pushes into the mineral line. Again, there's a couple of Tempests, there's 4 Tempests, and that's great and all, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, the base goes down, takes down the 3rd. Solar, he can just back off, he can rotate, he spots the backup expansion. And GG gets called. Solar, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. Whew, GG. GG, well played, Solar. He will claim it. Again, a very intense game here. Solar, initially he went for the 3-base all-in. The all-in failed. The all-in did fail. Skilless had a very strong defense. But Solar, he was also really fast to recognize, hold up, this isn't working. This isn't working. I have to back off. I'm going to drone up. I'm going to take my gases, going to throw that infestation bit, and then rotate over towards the 4th base and hope and pray that Skilless isn't there. And Skilless wasn't there. He wasn't at the 4th base. He had the army to defend. He had plenty to defend, but he was split between his natural and his 3rd. His 4th base was completely exposed, completely wide open. And Solar, he got the kill. He got the kill. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready for, I believe, our semi-finals. Where are we at? Where are we at? GG, well played. We're getting ready for the semifinals here, and which semis are we covering first? I believe the lower semis is, yep, underway. Okay, lower semis is underway. Wardy, he was covering herO versus MaxPax. They're currently mid-series, and they're in game 2. herO is up 1-0. He's up 1-0 versus MaxPax, so we're going to be jumping. We might jump into the ace match if MaxPax is able to force it. So we will set up for that. Alright, getting ready. We go. Bam. Beautiful. Just catching up with the brackets. Let's see what we've been missing out on and what has been happening off stream. Okay. Oh my god, from the top, it's showtime. He popped off. Oh my god. Showtime takes out Clem 2-0. Showtime now waiting for, Showtime up against Solar. Showtime versus Solar in the upper semifinals. That will take place after the lower semis. herO took down Classic. MaxPax took down Creator. MaxPax did drop a map, so GG. Shout out to Creator and to Lemon for forcing those ace matches. But he's now up against herO. So MaxPax versus herO, that's the lower semifinals. herO is up 1-0. We'll see if herO will close it out or if MaxPax can force that ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3. I'm hoping for an ace match. Best of luck to herO and MaxPax. As again, we do have our next upper semis as well. That's going to be Showtime and Solar. Let's go. Semifinals. Beautiful. Okay, but yeah, shout out to Showtime. He popped off. He's crazy. He's cracked. 2 over Clem. I believe those were late games as well. Sorry, those were macro games as well. I believe those were macro games. So very impressive play there by Showtime. Just catching up on the brackets. Clem did a challenge play without keyboard. Oh, copium. Clem's Terran or Protoss? Terran. Clem only plays Protoss against other Terran players. So Showtime beat Clem's Terran. I was keeping an eye on it on the on another window. But yes, that was casted by Wardy. So Wardy, he does have the VODs of Clem versus Showtime. He's got you covered there. Wardy was covering that series. Otherwise, we have some downtime. We have some downtime here. We're going to be going on a short break. We're going on a short break, and when we come back, we will either have the ace match between MaxPax and herO, or we'll have Showtime versus Solar. One or the other. One or the other. For now, though, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. If you want to tune into herO versus MaxPax Game 2, again, check out Wardy's channel. Wardy is covering that series as we speak. Otherwise, we'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon, Pat. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the WardiTV Monday number 29. It's been an intense tournament so far. The lower semi-finals have concluded, and we just got an update. herO takes down MaxPax 2-0, and herO is waiting for the winner of this series in the grand finals. And who exactly will join him? We're here to find out. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss from the land of Germany. It is showtime. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg himself representing Team Falcons. It is a Solar. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get our Gamba going. Here we go. So far we do have our standard opener out of Solo, likewise Showtime setting up back at home. But welcome one and all to Sandworm. Sandworm is another TLMC20 map. It is in not just the map pool for the WardiTV Mondays, but also for our map pool as well. Also a very trendy map and has some unique features. First thing is first, we have our Dragon's Teeth in the center of the map. This is similar to the Pachinko machine on Neon Violet Square. It is similar, but this is a little bit more extreme. What I mean by that here is that only small units can fit through this. I'm talking workers, marines, lings, zealots, adepts can fit through. Stalkers are too thick. Stalkers cannot, neither can immortals, tanks, archons. There are units that can, there are other units that cannot fit through these small gaps in between the cones, in between the dragon's teeth, if you will, in between the spikes. Likewise, we have more spikes towards the left and right hand side as well. So that does disrupt movement. That also makes it more difficult to engage into the gold. The gold bases are in the center of the map as well. The gold bases are, I would say, they were initially, they were perceived to be more exposed, but I'll be honest, because of the rocks, because of the terrain, and because of these spikes in the center, I would say that these gold bases have been quite defendable. We've seen a lot of players rush into and successfully defend the gold base on this map. So despite the attempted deterrence here on the gold is still very much so viable here to rush into as a third or fourth. So we'll see if either player does try to go for that. For now, we have our openers. It is going to be a Stargate opener out of Showtime. Likewise, Solar just going hatch gas pull into a third base, droning up, spreading his creep, and force take the unnatural natural. So a bit of a more awkward setup here from Solar, but nothing too crazy. Should be able to keep up. Should be able to. Now our players are settling in. Adepts do initially move out to harass across the map, and it's going to be up to Solar to keep up. So far the Queen is in position. We have a couple of links here behind this as well, keeping up with the Adepts. Just to force this back, making the way into the mineral line, shading back. So far a Solar defense here from Solar. He does defend, he does hold on, and Showtime is forced back, at least initially. Now, when it comes to Showtime's PvZ, we don't really get to cast much Showtime. Showtime, he doesn't really play in many online tournaments. What I mean by that is that unlike MaxPax and Clem, and Geralt and Nikrat and Jumi and some of these other D-gens, Showtime, he doesn't ruin his sleep schedule. He does not stay up for the America's Open Cups. Doesn't stay up for the America's Open Cups. He doesn't often, or he doesn't play in the Korean Cups either. I'm referring to the KSL, the Korean StarCraft League. Doesn't play in that tournament. Showtime, he rises with the sun. He sets with the sun as well. He's a sane human being. Because of that, we don't really get to see him too often here. And again, he's also a rarer sight in the WardiTV tournaments as well. The Monday Night Weeklies are typically where Showtime thrives. So I'm happy to see Showtime here. Happy, I'm excited. He is more of a standard player. He is more known for his mid-game and macro game in PvZ. He often doesn't go for early timings or early aggression. He's more of a defensive player more than anything. As Solar does open up with a safety Roach Warren. Interesting. Does go for the Roach Warren before the lair. Stays trap into the main. And oh, no reaction. Yeah, late reaction from Solar. With that, he gets caught out. That's gonna be what, 6 drones getting caught, 6 drones and a queen. Ay, ay, ay. You know, double Oracle in between the bases. The Queen is stasis. We can go for the drone kills. Alas, just joining up with the other Oracle, setting up for another stasis. Do we line this up? Up! Is it lined up? It kind of is. Not quite. Yeah, barely not. Whew, Solar, he pulls away in time. Like Showtime, he pulls back. Pulls back, he pulls away. He gets 3 drone kills so far. Okay damage, nothing major outside of the stasis, of course. Solar, he attempts a run by, but there are plenty of adepts back at home. This third base is safe and sound. Yeah, Solar cannot touch the third. Solar, once again, late reaction, 4 drones caught out. Ay, ay, ay. Showtime doing well with these oracles, doing very well. Solar's economy is hindered. Likewise, Solar now getting to his own Eva chamber, his own lair. Do we embrace Roach production? We do. Roach speed is on the way, most likely +1 range as well, into Hydra. So Roach, Hydra out of Solar. Oracles, they rotate in once again. They get another 2 drones. Did I say 2? They get a 3rd drone as well. Again, very nice damage here from Showtime. And behind this, building up into a standard follow-up into +1 and Blink. So standard follow-up here out of Showtime. Again, in general, the build of Showtime has been very stock standard, but he's just been getting quite a lot done with it. It's impressive. Very impressive. Oh no! Oh my god, almost comes back too soon. 1 worker gets stasis, another stasis here towards the natural. Once again, Solar should be keeping up. Thick Stalkers. Yes, the Stalkers, they're too thick. They're too thick. Oh, see, look. Oh, God, they can't fit. Oh, they're getting trapped even. Oh, God. Stalkers are getting choked up here on the spikes. On the Dragon's Teeth. It's okay, they'll make it out. There we go. And Showtime is pushing in towards that center goal base. So far, trading well. Again, the economy has been hindered here for Solar. Solar, he attempts to run by, but the stasis does choke him up. Ooh, crazy blink out of Showtime. Does blink forward. Will bleed out of Stalker as a result. And bleeds out of Stalker, pulls away. Showtime has to calm down. We're fat shaming units now. No. We like the thick Stalkers. It's fine. Hi. Oh no. Sometimes units aren't thinking up. I'm looking at you, Queens. And sometimes failing to wall off and just to wall off the entrances of the natural. It's happened before. Cat dead. Showtime does move in. Oh. But likewise, Solar, he does barely hold on to that goal base. He does defend. He forces Showtime back. Meanwhile, Solar, he's hoping to try to force a cancel, but alas, yes, Solar, he is deflected. He is denied. Showtime, he defends his 4th, but Solar, he successfully takes the gold. As I mentioned before, we've seen a lot of players successfully take the goal base and defend. There was a lot of pressure, don't get me wrong, but Showtime, he fails to break the gold. He fails to break the goal base. So Solar, now he has a boosted economy. He's with 82 workers, goal base as well, now taking up into Hydra Lurker or into Lurker Tech. Meanwhile, Showtime, what's he going for? Sky Toss, Fleet Beacon. We have the carriers with the Stargate on the way. Into Sky Toss. It's coming. So we're getting ready and gearing up for a longer game state. Showtime pulling away. Leaves out 1 Stalker. Leaves out a Stalker. Storm is done. Showtime keeping up with the rotations. Side defense is on the way. Cannon, shield battery, stasis traps. Again, pushing up these ramps is not going to be easy. So we land some brutal storms. And the Tempest production has begun. I appreciate that it's Tempest and not Carrier. Tempests are just more efficient. Of course, their attack rate is much lower, but it's what you want against these lurkers. So another storm connects. Oh. And another on the Hydras. And you can see Solar slowly pushing up that ramp, but he is heavily delayed. Trying to make his way through. As time goes on, the Tempests are building up, and the first Tempest has arrived. And the first Tempest is out. Taking down a Hydra. Ooh, Storm is available. Massive Storm on the Hydras as well. And here comes the surround. Here comes the collapse on the Lurkers. Massive. Oh my god, the Storms are brutal. And Showtime, he breaks the army. He breaks the main army. Takes down all the Lurkers. Crushes through most of those Hydras. And Solar, he bleeds out so much there. Looking at the trades, that was 9 Lurkers going down. 9 Lurkers, 11 Hydras. For what? For mainly Zealots. And 1 Oracle. So a very efficient fight there from Showtime. Just being so patient and getting ready for that surround. Solar, now he's hurting. He's hurting, he has to back off. Behind this Solar, he's taking up into Corruptors. The Spire is done. Spire is done, so is the Hive. Building up his Corruptor counts. But these are going to be 0-0 Corruptors. Solar needs a little bit more time, and now Showtime is pushing towards the gold. Oh, catching out the Queens. Got Transfuse. As the armies face off, a Solo going for a massive counterattack. Hoping to force. Oh god, the Storms are brutal! He's hoping to force a reaction here out of Showtime. Showtime back at home, he does have a defensive warp in. Does warp in. And he reacts. Yeah, he pulls back home. I mean, again, this is a bit of a more dedicated run by with Roaches and Hydras. So the entire army turns around. The Hydras, the High Templar! High Templar getting called out. He gets 1. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 High Templar get picked up. Very nice pick-ups here by Solar. Distracting Showtime. That was worth it. That was well worth it for Solar. Catching 3 High Templar. He didn't get into the natural, but he created an opening. He created an opening, he created an opportunity. Did break through. Behind this, Solar taking another expansion. And now +1 is done. +1 is finishing up. His Corruptors are that much more effective. Showtime splitting up, trying to hold on to that 5th. Yeah, he's got plenty of Archons, he should be fine. Oh. Likewise, Lurker gets caught out. And both armies are maxed. Now, Solar, ideally, he does want to mix in some Spellcasters. I'm referring to Vipers or Infestors. They both have their place. Right now, he's purely Lurker Corruptor. So there's not too much finesse to this army here from Solar. Despite that, he might be able to sneak up. As Showtime, he does miss the rotation. Yeah, the army gets on top of the ramp. That should not have happened. Corruptors are moving in. They want the Tempest. And they get 1. Yeah, 1 Tempest goes down, he gets 1, he gets 2. Nice dive here from Solar. He's going to reset the Tempest count. Against Showtime, he was out of position. And 1 wrong move, and that can be game. That can be it. Takes down all the Tempests. Corruptors moving in. Lurkers, they do zone the army away, going for the 4th base. Going for the main as well. Yeah, Showtime just getting pulled apart. The Mothership is denied. Main base goes down. Nice pickoff. And Showtime, on the one hand, yes, he's maxed out. That is true. He's maxed out. But what army is he working with? He has purely a ground-based army. Pure Immortal Archon Storm. No more Tempest, no more Sky Toss. Solar, how many Lurkers does he have? 14. Oh, sorry, 11. Soon to be 17. 17 Lurkers. And against a purely ground-based army, what's the best composition you can go for a Zerg? Specifically, Lurker, Broodlord, and the Greater Spire is on the way. So he needs to preserve these Corruptors and get into those Broodlords. As he's almost at that Broodlord tech. Showtime trying to counterattack, but alas, yeah, Solar, he's back at home. He defends. Deflects those Stalkers. And Solar, he's building up towards the superior army. He's not there yet, but he's getting there. As a couple of Archons go down. Sorry, a couple of Corruptors go down, meant to say, to the Archons. As the Corruptors actually do survive. Not bad. Again, we have to preserve those Corruptors to build up those Broodlords. As Showtime is gaining ground towards the top side. Breaks through those Hydras. Nice storm as well. Very nice storm. Lurkers have to respond to this. Alas, there is detection. Storms floating off in the middle. Oh my god, the storms! Yeah, storms are brutal. Lurkers go down. And Showtime, he is breaking this expansion. A couple links, they come in to reinforce. Solo, he responds with his main army, or at least he tries to. And coming in with those lings. It does force a recall. Not bad. Takes down a couple of immortals as well. Expensive trade there for Showtime. Showtime is trying to find a way in. So far unable to. Oh god, no! Throws away High Templar. Showtime does overextend. Solo trying to catch him out. Trying to catch him out, but Solar, he is looking to find his way up that ramp once again. It's happened before. Yeah, he gets up the ramp. Decent positioning for Solar. Oh, meanwhile, Showtime setting up a flank. And so he backs off. Yeah, deja vu. This time, Solar, he doesn't stick around. He backs the hell off, doesn't get surrounded. That would have been maybe best case scenario for Showtime to surround the army. Speaking of surrounds, Showtime getting caught out. Picks up the High Templar. Showtime is on his own. He's getting caught. Immortal's gonna be falling. Mothership as well. Showtime, he does push with the second army instead. Broodlords are morphing in. And Solar, he's all over this. He's all over this. Cleans up that Mothership. Back at home, Broodlords, they morph in just in time. And what's this army gonna do against Broodlords? Nothing. As Broodlords, they overwhelm. They defend back at home. And across the map, Showtime will lose this army. Yeah, the Mothership, the Archons, the Immortals, brutal losses here for Showtime. He will get the expansion, but it's not as worth it here. As these are expensive losses for Showtime. And Solar, he just keeps moving in. Just keeps pushing in, keeps pushing forward. Takes down another expansion. Showtime evacuates towards the gold. Now, Broodlords are slow, so Showtime might be able to recall and save some of these units. Like my Stalkers, they're rotating to reinforce. But Showtime, he will lose his fourth base, now losing his third. Showtime trying to catch out those Broodlords, and he will. That's what he gets to. He gets three. Three Broodlords go down, getting all four. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He gets every single Broodlord. But Showtime, he's hurting back at home. The Lurkers, the Lunkers, they just keep going. He's getting two now. He's going for the gold, getting every single expansion. Showtime, he's all in. He's all in with this army. Solar, can he defend back at home? That's a lot of observers. Plenty of detection. He races back with a couple of those Lurkers. More Lurkers getting caught out. Nice catch. 3, 4 Lurkers getting caught. Oh my god, the Hydras, they wander in. Yeah, the move command. Miss rally here from Solar. Showtime trading well. It's just full base rate. It's just full base rate at this point. And against Solar, he can't afford those mistakes. Not in the base trade like this. You know, Natural's going to be going down. Showtime pushing into the main. So Showtime, he's got plenty of storms. Oh god, no! He gets within range, losing every single High Templar. That was what, 8 High Templar? That was very wasteful here from Showtime. Showtime, he breaks through the Lurkers. A very scrappy fight. Very scrappy. Corruptors survive. Was it 8? How many was it? 16! 16 High Templar. Jesus. That's insane. I mean, that's throughout the course of this base trade so far. But still, that's a lot of High Templar going down. Here's Solar dipping in between the bases. He still has a decent lurker count. Yeah, Solar still has the advantage. And Showtime, he just spent too much trying to break that lurker line earlier. And at this point, Showtime is down to 2 bases. Barely has an economy. Lurkers are moving in. Decent immortal count. Zealotay do tank some shots. Nice around with the stalkers. Okay. Cleans up every single lurker. Nice catch. Very nice catch. Shuts down the lurkers. Oh, high tempo. He wants it. Doesn't get it. Nice bait there from Showtime. And now suddenly Solar, he has no army. He has no army. Again, the lurkers with that surround, that was brutal. He lost everything. Corruptor's all he really has left. We'll take down the expansion. And this is the army. 9 Corruptors and 11 Lings. There's 6 more lurkers on the way. But Solar, he has lost that army advantage. Solar does have the economy. He's on 3 bases. He's on 3 expansions. 2.5. Really 2. Just a 2-base economy. Meanwhile, Showtime, he's on half a base. Showtime long distance mining. Moving in between the bases. Lurker's not quite in position. Gets 1. Yo, we got the random Phoenix. Let's go. Gets 1, gets 2 lurkers, down to 4. Yeah, 4 lurkers left in Showtime. He's done it. Showtime, he has done it. He's getting on top of those final lurkers. Transfuse, not good enough. Brutal Storm. Again, 3 lurkers left, down to 2. 2 lurkers remaining, down to 1. Down to 0. Yeah, 0 lurkers. Showtime, he does it. He breaks Solar. And Solar, he's reinforcing with a couple of Hydras. He's fueled by Copium at this point. He's racing back with the Corruptors. He can kill the Phoenix, I suppose, and the Oracle. True. I mean, hey, there's 6 more Hydras. The Hydra count is slowly building up. Does launch in. The boys are being pulled. Another charge launch. Yeah, the Zealotay will seal the deal. GG gets called, and Showtime, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Showtime, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth. There were some strong moments for both players, strong moments for Showtime, strong moments for Solar. Initially, when it came to the beginning of the base trade, I was favoring Solar. He was sniping base after base after base. But if you remember, Solar, he was also, it looked like he was panicking a little bit back at home. He was rallying lurkers into the army, rallying Hydras into the main army as well. He was bleeding out a lot of units. I guess it happened for both players. If you remember, Showtime also rallied High Templar into lurkers and lost all of those as well. So both players were taking some losses here and there, but in the end, Showtime did overcome. He did overcome. He did persevere. Whew, GG. GG. Very intense game, and in the end, Showtime barely comes out on top. And with that, Showtime is 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. As a reminder, herO is waiting for the winner of the series. He's waiting for either Showtime or Solar. Let's go. Oh, let us go. As game 2 is going to be on Frostline. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have our German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this and force the ace match. It is Solar. Here we go. And again, I'm sure a part of what made the last game intense and chaotic was also just how small the map was as well. Sandworm, I mean. Coming into Frostline, the map is larger, much larger map of the map pool. Just because the map is larger doesn't necessarily mean it's prone to longer or later games. We did see Solo go for just pure all-ins time and time again against Skillus and against his previous Protoss opponents, and I expect to see that here on Frostline as well. Now, the reason why I expect to see it is because, on the one hand, yes, it is a larger map, that is true, but on the other hand, these bases, the triangular third base and the linear third base, are much more open, they're much more exposed, they're isolated from each other, they're very spread out. It is very difficult to defend on 4 bases on Frostline. We have seen many a Protoss player attempt and fail to defend on this map, but it's showtime, right? He's Demao, he's known for his defense, he's known for walling up and, you know, being that defensive player. So we'll see if he can bring that together here coming into Frostline. We shall see. Assuming the Solo goes for the all-in, we'll piece it all together, we'll get there. So now we are just going to be droning, going to be saturating, taking our queens, no crazy fast third base, likewise Stargate opener out of Showtime. So going Stargates into most likely Oracle. We saw how successful Showtime was with his Oracle control last game with his stasis traps. It was very, I mean, he got so much damage and it was very annoying to deal with. Sola just had a bit of a harder time keeping up with that. Did lead into a stronger earlier game from Showtime. We'll see if he can replicate that. Loved how scrappy that match was. Yeah, for sure, 100%. There's that first Oracle. Oracle's on the way. Depth is being thrown back. Solo just going hatch gas pool, third base being thrown down as well, on time. Getting to link speed, pulling out of gas. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Really what we're expecting out of Solar is a lair first. We're expecting a lair, we're expecting no Evo chambers. If that is the case, then Solar is going to be setting up for a 3-base all-in. So those are like the big tells that we're looking for here, is lack of Evo chamber, lack of Roach Warren, lack of Baneling Nest, and lair first. Well, meanwhile, the wall is open. Lings, they do slip in. Not bad, going for the probes. And he gets one. One probe goes down. Getting one so far. Meanwhile, Evo Chambers on the way. That was our first tech of choice here, which means this does not look like the initial, at least, lair-based all-in. It's doing Evo Chamber. This should be for +1 melee. So this should be Ling Hydra out of Solar. If we see +1 range on the way, that will take us down a different path. But this should be melee, and this should be the setup for at least a 3-base saturation. Oh, Oracle gets deflected. Yep, melee's on the way. Going into Ling Hydra. And now Sola has 2 options here. Either he saturates his third, gets a 4th, and also starts to take up, or he saturates his third, gets a 4th, and doesn't take up, and maxes out on Ling Hydra. Oh. So fast stasis goes off. We're getting 1 drone. We'll see where Sola takes us. Lair is on the way. Also, I'm assuming this is going to be Ling Hydra, but technically Solar can still go for a safety Roach Warren and go like something more old school like Ling Bane Roach Ravager, which we don't really expect on Frostline, but is also an option. True. Lings they poke in. Baneling Nest is going to be thrown down here for Solar. Baneling Nest at the 3rd. With this, he will have what he needs to defend against a charge ult. Speaking of, it is going to be a charge base open out of Showtime, not Blink. Interesting. Okay, Showtime kind of showing his more aggressive side for the first time this series. A lot of our attention was on Solar, but no, Showtime, he's not playing standard. With this, he's going to have a charge timing available. Now, this is going to be an interesting build choice from Showtime, especially on Frostline, because it's just such a large map. Lings, they counterattack, they catch out 3 adepts. Nice catch here from Solar, getting a Stalker as well. Very nice pickups. Meanwhile, across the map, 5 drones go down. Showtime, he does get his tech before expanding, so he's going for earlier Storm. before taking his 4th base. So Showtime is not being too greedy. He's not being too greedy here. Prism is on the way for those charge lots. And here comes the initial move out, just waiting for the War Prism. Now with that gateway set up, Showtime is getting up to 8 gates. He's getting up to 8 gateways. Showtime, he does scout, he does get eyes on the lair. We can see there's going to be Lingbane Hydra here out of Solar. Solar, he is going to be joining up his 4th base, so Solar, he's not going for the all-in. He is setting up for a longer game. Meanwhile, as Solar's getting ready for a longer game state, Showtime, he throws down even more gateways. Oh my... okay. He throws down the gateways to wall off at least, but he's getting up to 12. Yeah, 12 gates. 12 gate setup. Will take a 4th. That is going to be a lot of gateways. Now moving in, he wants the queens. Queens, they pull away in time. Showtime, he reveals the army. Solar, he responds. He rotates with everything. Massing up Ling Hydra. And Solar, he should have enough to defend here. Yeah, none of Zealots. None of Zealots. Showtime, he backs off. He backs off. Showtime does not have enough. Showtime retreats, and Solar will gain map control. And now we enter that game state that we mentioned earlier, how difficult it can be for a Protoss player to defend their 3rd base and their 4th. Now this wall here, that's why we have a full wall, just because that will help here in the defense of the 3rd. But here come the Bailings, and here comes Solar. So he's just massing up here. He's maxing out on Lingbane Hydra, or at least attempting to. He is committed. Storm is ready. But there's not that much support for the army. Like, we're so heavily reliant on storms. So far, decent storms on the Bailings. At Templar, they pull away. Very nice storm on the Hydras. Yeah, storms are popping up. We still have 2 more storms left. Oh, Oracle goes down. There's a storm on the Hydras. And Showtime holds. Whew, Showtime, he holds on. I was concerned because he was so reliant on those storms. But hey, if they connect, then we're fine. It's like, I don't know, mate. It's Showtime. He's got to connect with the storms if he wants to hold. I mean, he just connects. True. He connects, he pops off, he shuts down the army, and now Solar's in trouble. Solar, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's falling back. Bailings are on the way. There's still storms left over. Bailings, they morph in. Oh my god, storms, they shut down the Bailings. And GG gets called. Showtime, he overwhelms, he pops off. And Showtime will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Solar, he was so committed to that attack at the 4th base, but the storms completely shut him down. It took the wind out of the sails, and specifically because there were storms left over. That's what's crazy. Showtime, he had storms to spare, so he was able to counterattack. He was able to counterattack. He had like 2 or 3 storms in the chamber, and with that, Solar could not stop him. Lingbane Hydra melts the storms, could not hold a candle. GG. GG, well played. With that, Showtime does advance on into the grand finals to face off against herO in a PvP. Let's go. It's going to be a PvP finals here between herO and Showtime. Let us set up. But a shout out to Solar because, again, I honestly wasn't expecting Solar to make it this far, to make it to the semifinals. So Solar, he played very well making it this far. So very strong showing here by Solar to make it to those semis. Again, he had a very close series against Skillus. Very close, very intense. Solar, he was barely able to bring Skillus down. Does meet his match here in the semis, but a good performance nonetheless. Good performance here by Solar. GG, well played. We do not often see Zerg players make it to the semifinals, so very well done. Very well done. Did it make it far, and now we're getting ready for the grand finals here. We're getting ready for the PvP. Showtime leveling up significantly, it seems. He was always good there. I mean, I was favoring Showtime coming into this, but I was also expecting an ace match. True. I was expecting a game 3. So really well done there by Showtime. I think the big result for Showtime today was his series against Clem. 100%. Like that was an upset. Especially considering it was mid to late game play. Like the Showtime versus Clem series they were not like shorter all-ins or anything like that. Like there was some solid mid to late game there from Showtime. He had a really good showing against Clem. And now we're getting into the finals. Yeah, for sure. And Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. We're getting ready here for the PvP. Coming into this, I do favor herO. herO, he has a very dynamic form of PvP. I mean, there's a reason why he just took down MaxPax 2-0. herO, he can be very intense. Not necessarily cheesy, but just very aggressive, if that makes sense. Especially kind of in the early to mid game. So he can be a hard player to read. We'll see if Showtime can keep up. I'm sure Showtime was watching. I'm sure he had some time to watch the PvP lower semis. So he was able to indulge in that and learn from that. And we'll see how he compares to herO. I'm ready. I'm excited. It's going to be a best of 5, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping this isn't one-sided one way or the other. Quickly checking here, I'm curious what the history is between herO and Showtime. Let's have a look. Let us have a look here. Because they do play, it's only they haven't played before. They have played in the, especially in the Monday Night Weeklies. So let's have a look. herO versus Showtime. Run query. Okay, so they have faced off 4 times so far this year. And every time it has gone the way of herO. So herO faced off against Showtime in the Monday Night Weekly number 4, in WardiTV February, WardiTV Monday 27, and most recently in the Boomer Bash. Ooh, but they did go to the Ace match. They did go to the Ace match. So this is in favor of herO, which is kind of what we expected coming into this. But Showtime does take maps, and they of course has taken series in years past. Fun fact: they only played once last year. Gee, I mean, that does kind of line up. 2024, there were less offline events, and they especially last year, they didn't really line up when it comes to the open tournaments that they played in. For example, Showtime would never play in or would rarely play in ESL Open Cup Asia, and herO would rarely, if ever, play in ESL Open Cup Europe. But now that we're in the off season, herO, he's playing in everything, and likewise the Asia Open Cup, the quote-unquote Asia Open Cup, is now later. Like the WardiTV Monday starts like 2-3 hours later here, so it's at a more EU-friendly time. That's why we get more European representation in these tournaments, so now we get to see them face off more. So we get this kind of EU versus Korea dynamic more often here. And we'll see how this all unfolds as we are getting into the finals. Vetoes are done. Game 1 is going to be on Sandworm. Let's go. Let us go. herO runs it down mid. He's an animal versus the wall. He is. herO, he is an animal. 100%. Here we go. We have those finals. And we'll soon get the Gamma going. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. Also, it looks like we may have lost someone. Hopefully it's not us. But usually, for those that are curious, if the loading bar is like stuck when you're loading into a game, it usually means someone lagged out, and the game is waiting for the timeout feature for that person. Oh boy. We might remake. We might remake. We'll gamba. Yeah. We'll gamba, papi. We'll gamba. Alright, who's it gonna be? Pommy did lag out earlier. Is it a player? Who is it? Who is it? Who lagged out? Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying I hope you all had a great weekend. Great weekend. And hope you'll enjoy the rest of your week as well. We got a lot of StarCraft lined up ahead of us, as always. Plenty of StarCraft throughout the course of the week. We'll be getting into our schedule after the finals. We'll get there. As always, casting every single day. But we do have 2 half days off though this week, and every week moving forward, we're gonna try to have 2 half days off. We'll have some time to rest and play Final Fantasy. Oh, no. Too casual. I know. Crazy. Right. Who's it going to be? We're almost at that timeout feature. So again, for those that are curious, the way that StarCraft works, right now, someone did disconnect, and we have to wait like a minute for them to be timed out of the game. And then we'll find out who it is once we load in. Oh, who is it? Oh, no, Steadfast. Out of left field. I thought it was going to be Pommy, but Steadfast did lag out. And here we go, spawning in the bottom side of Sandworm. We have the German Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is showtime. He was dead slow today. Smurge. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is herO. So good. Hopefully everything is okay from the side of Steadfast, whether it's electricity or internet related. He will most likely join us for the rest of the series. It's all good. As hello herO. Jesus. it's okay. It's gonna be a short game. We're cannon rushing. The Forge has been thrown down. herO with the cannon rush. He's crazy. Oh my god. Predictions. All right. Before I forget, predictions are open. Predictions. Get your gambler going while you can. Predictions are open. Place your bets as we're jumping into game 1, and we are cannon rushing. The Forge is almost done. The pylon has been thrown down, and herO, the cannons are about to be thrown down outside of the main, and he's gonna try to cannon rush into the main base with the second probe. Yeah, the second probe has arrived. Oh, he scouts. Yeah, he pulls the boys. Yeah, the scout across the map. He saw the Forge. The boys are being pulled, but the cannon's on the way. herO, oh, he almost gets surrounded. Almost gets surrounded. herO, he pulls back. The probes, they will kill the first probe, and he fully walls off. Yeah, the cannon rush is denied. Whew, okay, showtime holds. Showtime holds, showtime defense. Basically what just happened here is that probe being killed means that there is no more cannons, no more rush here is available. herO, he attempted to set up, but Showtime was so quick to respond with that probe scout. So quick to react. We have herO attempting another cannon rush here, but GG gets caught. It gets completely denied, and Showtime will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Showtime takes a lead. Again, a crazy move there from herO, going for the cannon rush. Again, we saw that Showtime, thankfully, he did scout across the map immediately. He saw the Forge. Once he saw the Forge, he pulled the boys. He fully walled off his ramp as well to make sure that no extra probes could come in. And with the death of that first probe, that was game. That was game then and there. GG, well played. We're jumping into game number 2. Here we go. We're jumping into that second game. The game was shorter than the load time. You're not wrong. you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, true. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player. We have the German Protoss, leading the series 1-0 after surviving the initial cannon rush because his opponent is an animal, 100%. It is showtime. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player from the land of South Korea down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. herO feeling frisky today. Very frisky. Let's go. This time, no forge, thankfully. This time we're calming things down, probes are moving out across the map. We do have our standard setups for the time being. Here, he's very fond of going for the gate into cybercore into expansion. He's very fond of the quote-unquote MaxPax opener. We'll see if we see that here as well. Likewise, Showtime also setting up, going for his 2-gate opener. So 2-gate opener out of Showtime, herO gate into cybercore into expansion. We have a more economic build here by herO, meanwhile a more standard opener out of Showtime. Now, Showtime is very well experienced, very well versed when it comes to this build. Again, MaxPax is the originator of this opener, of popularizing it and relying on it for many, many years. Go for the gate in cybercore into Stargate, then an expansion. Showtime has the option for an all-in, and there it is. We have the setup for the one-base all-in. Now, because herO is being greedy, Showtime, he has the opportunity to punish that greed with the proxy, with the robo. I'm assuming one-base all-in here by Showtime. herO's gonna have to do his best MaxPax impression and try to defend. Now, the problem with doing a MaxPax impression here is that, I mean, again, herO, he was able to, bring him down earlier, but Showtime is really well experienced playing against MaxPax in the European region. He's played out this situation plenty of times in the past. And here comes the robo. Now, herO, he's scouting. He's checking for the proxy. He will check the 4th location. Checks the 4th. Checks even a little bit further. Yeah, he's checking. There we go. Look at the rally here. He will find the proxy. He will confirm. And herO, he opens up not Stargate. He's going for a robo opener. Very nice response here. herO, he saw that there was a missing pylon. He confirmed the pylon was missing. He finds it. He scouts it. He confirms it. And herO, so far, his response is solid. Very solid response. Going for the pylon. Showtime is moving out. He's going to try to save this proxy, but the pylon is under fire. Now, thankfully, the Zealot can't get on top of it because of the SimCity. Prism is on the way. Pylon taking hull damage. Showtime is coming in. And is the pylon going to go down? It looks like it will. Yeah, it looks like it barely will. Second Stalker arrives. Pylon gets shut down. The Prism is denied. And Showtime, the all-in, it's not here. The all-in has failed. The all-in has failed here. He has momentum. He's in control. He has his own robo. He has his own immortal. Meanwhile, there's nothing here. There's nothing left for Showtime. He tries to expand. And now suddenly the turns are tabled. Suddenly, herO can one-base all-in. herO now, he can all-in his opponent. And Showtime is behind. Showtime is behind. We have a robo. We have an immortal on the way. Extra gateway. herO, does he expand or does he just move out? It's herO, he's probably just going to move out. Yeah, he's moving out. He's pushing. herO, he scouts the Nexus. He knows that he's ahead. Don't get sniped. And this is going to be a tough hold here. Showtime, he's down when it comes to his tech. He does throw down his second robo, so he's got an immortal on the way. That will help, don't get me wrong, but it's late. It's a late immortal. herO is moving in for the kill. Remember, herO, he did not expand. He's one base all in. The Prism has arrived. He's got 2 gates behind this. Sorry, he's got 3 gates behind this. So he can warp in at 3 adepts at a time. And at this point, it's just a numbers game. At this point, it's, in a mirror matchup, like, how do you recover from here? Nice force fields, though. Very nice. Showtime, he delays. Adepts say shade into the main. They can one-drop probes. They get 2 probes so far. Oh, herO rotating into the main as well. And elevating over. The force field on the ramp. The Immortal's locked down. And the Immortal's not going to be a part of this. And going for the main base. Forcing the recall. And he just keeps going. He just keeps juggling. He rotates down to the low ground. Likewise, he has another force field. Yeah, there it is. He force fields the ramp. Recall's on cooldown. Only 1 recall. And here he pulls Showtime apart. He knocks down the pylon. Depowers the shield batteries. He has 1 force field left. And there's no saving this natural. Yeah, there's no saving this natural base. Here he will clean this up, takes down the shield batteries, back at home he can just expand. Can and he will. There's the expansion. Depowers the gates. There's only 1 robo here for production for Showtime. Just the 1 robo. As another gate falls. Showtime, he does have 2 adepts across the map. He can get some economic damage. He has a lot of recovering to do. Oh, nice control. Saves the Immortals. Adepts say do shade into the main. Ooh, they get locked down though with that force field. And GG gets called. herO, he fights back. He ties up the series 1-1. Whew, we're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. But again, unfortunately, herO, unfortunately for Showtime, herO, he did scout. He confirmed the pylon was missing, and herO, he was able to find that proxy. When he found it, he was able to shut it down. Again, barely sniping that pylon. Once the proxy got depowered, that was almost game then and there. Showtime, as a response, he tried to macro out of it, but again, he was just too far behind. He was behind in production, he was behind in tech. As he'll say, gateway, a robo, and a pylon. So it's just too much to overcome, and from there, herO takes the win. herO does take the win, and now we're getting into our next game. Now we're getting into that game number 3. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ross line, we have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player from South Korea, fighting back in the series, putting a point on the board. Momentum is on his side. We'll see if we can keep this going. It is herO. Go. But again, as always, it's always just a risk to go for something like a 1-base all-in, to go for that response, to commit across the map. Always is risky. I mean, again, herO took that risk as well, going for the cannon rush. So, so far, both players that have been hyper aggressive have been punished. You know, herO, he failed with the cannon rush, and Showtime, he failed with the proxy. So we're gonna calm things down and settle into a longer. Never mind. Here he's going for a pylon. He's going for a proxy here. He's rallied here towards the bottom right hand corner of the map. Now, is this a real proxy pylon or is this a fake proxy pylon? Based on this location, we can commit here. Yeah, it's herO's turn. So 2-gate opener, 2-gate opener out of herO. Likewise, likewise Showtime also going for a 2-gate opener as well. Show us the pylon. Pylon gets thrown down. And we'll see if herO commits. Now, this proxy location is far out of the way. It is closer than the main base, so you can still commit to a proxy robo here. But because it's so far away, we could try to commit to something else. Oh, never mind, the probe leaves. Yeah, the probe does leave. It looks like it is a fake proxy pylon. Okay. So herO, he's trying to fake out his opponent. The pylon is in place. Showtime, of course, he scouts. He realizes the pylon is missing. The pylon is nowhere to be found. And here, he's hoping that Showtime overreacts. And already, Showtime, he moves out with a second probe. He's looking for the proxy, a proxy that doesn't really exist. Now, you may be thinking, I mean, is this an overreaction? I mean, that's one extra probe that isn't mining. And in a mirror matchup, that's everything. So basically, Showtime has 2 probes scouting. herO only has 1. So herO, he does have better saturation than his opponent. herO, he'll be able to expand and be the first to expand as well. Probe gets shut down. There's the Nexus. And oh, Showtime, he responds to the robo. Showtime, he doesn't see the expansion, and Showtime, I mean, this would be ideal if he was defending against an all-in, but he isn't. So a rough setup here from Showtime. Now, Showtime can turn this into a 1-base all. Yep, there we go. Yeah, 1-base all-in. So this is actually very similar to last game, where after herO defended against an all-in, he was able to kind of turn his defense into an offense and went into his own 1-base all-in. This is similar here, where Showtime, because of his reaction, he's now going for a 1-base all-in himself. And here is going to be the defender. So we have our roles. Showtime's going to be the aggressor. Here is the defender. Here he scouts with the hallucination. He does get eyes on all 3 gateways. He knows. And we need shield batteries. We need shield batteries back at home. They'll go first. Shield herO on the way. Here he does open up Twilight Council, which is concerning. It's not ideal. A more robust defense would be a Robo Opener, so going into Blink. Shield battery in the main base, just in case he has to defend the main. So he has a shield battery in both bases. Here comes Showtime. Now Showtime, he is going for a very late expansion behind this. The Prism is moving out, and Showtime, he needs to get damage done here. Otherwise, he will fall behind and he will stay behind. He has to get damage done. Here comes that Prism. Ooh, going into a very fast bait into Disruptors. I mean, when behind, Disruptors are a good way to recover, true. This is really bold, but you have to take a risk. Like, the reality is Showtime is behind. He's behind, so he has to do something crazy to catch up. Disruptors are crazy enough. So he's rushing into Disruptors. Now, the unfortunate thing here is that herO is fully aware. herO, he's fully aware of the tech. He did see the Bay. He defends the main. The shield battery does come into play. herO, he's still ahead. He's still ahead here. And basically, upon seeing this Bay, what herO knows is that his opponent is investing a lot into tech. Because of this, less gateways, no Twilight Council, no Blink. I would say that herO, he should be aggressive here. He's throwing down 2 more gates, he's going up to 4 gateways, and there is going to be a window in time where herO can break Showtime before Showtime hits Critical Mass Disruptor. Like, 1 or 2 Disruptors doesn't really mean much. Not against Mass Blink Stalker. So there is a window, and herO he's going for it. He's moving out, he's going for the kill. We'll see if he can break his opponents. Behind this, he does have his own Robo in production. That should be for a Prism. Showtime getting ready for his own counterattack. This is going to be intense here. herO moves in, locks down 2 of those Stalkers. He gets 1, and he barely gets 2. Nice pickoffs. 2 Stalkers go down. We didn't actually make the Disruptor here. I mean, Safety Immortal instead, which is more secure, true. But another Stalker falls. herO's going for the expansion. The expansion getting very low here. Yeah, he blocks off the army. Boys are being pulled. The expansion is going to go down. Yeah, here he does take down the base. GG gets called, and herO takes a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. Again, herO, he saw the Bay. He saw that Showtime was vulnerable. Basically, Showtime was hoping that herO would be overly defensive, and then he could get away with those Disruptors. But we saw that once herO saw that opening, he went for it. He just moved out. He went for the kill. Showtime, because he was rushing into his tech, he had nothing to defend. He had no army. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 4, and we'll see if Showtime can bring it back. We'll see if he can force the ace match, or if herO will take it all. So far, we've had some really short games, some really intense games as well. A lot of it comes down to scouting, comes down to reaction, comes down to our build so far. As a reminder, how did this all begin? Remember, Showtime, he went for a Robo Opener initially because he believed that herO was going for a proxy, right? He believed that herO was proxying, that's why he went Robo. Then he had to adapt. Once he realized it wasn't a proxy, he had to turn that into an aggressive build himself. herO scouted, herO he defended, he deflected, and then Showtime fell behind. So just a lot of back and forth here. A lot of mind games as well, and now we're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our German Protoss player. We have our red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. It is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from South Korea, leading the series 2-1. It is herO. Now, personally, what I would like coming into game 4, remember last game herO, he faked a proxy pylon, he faked an all-in. I wouldn't be opposed to him committing to one here. Likewise, he could go for the Lunar Sea build. He could go for a proxy Twilight Council into gold base. It's been a while since we've seen that. That is a viable build on Amygdala, but I don't know if herO is bold enough to go for that. As for now, we're settling in. Now we're calming down. No probe on the map for herO, so no proxy. No proxy. Looks like economic opener out of herO. herO going gate into Cybercore into expansion. Showtime doing the same. Gate into Cybercore into Nexus. Now, because of these openers and because Showtime is at least scouting, we could end up in Phoenix Wars. If herO opens Stargate, Showtime will also open Stargate and will be locked into Phoenix Wars. That is a possibility. I say possibility because herO is not across the map. Oh, and he gets the expansion. Yeah, Showtime out of position. The expansion gets thrown down, no pylon block, and with that, herO will have the greater economy. Showtime responds with his own Nexus, so no Phoenix Wars. It is going to be Stargate first out of Showtime, but again, no Stargate from herO. There's a Nexus. And again, herO, he sees nothing. Zero scouting out of herO. Showtime could be going for an all-in, by the way. Like, this is a big gamble from herO, especially because of how chaotic the series has been, but it pays off. herO, he gambles, he doesn't scout, he doesn't confirm, and he will get away with this. He's now moving out with Hallucination, but herO does open Stargate. Now, a couple of things. Showtime, he did not see the tech of choice. herO will. So herO, upon seeing the Stargate, he should open Phoenix. Showtime may assume that herO's opening Stargate as well and may go Phoenix himself. Oracle. Oracle opener out of Showtime. So this is already better for herO. Basically, herO, he sees the Oracle opener, which means reactively, he can make a Phoenix and shut down the Oracle and then snowball out of control. Unfortunately, Showtime, he did not confirm the tech. So, yep, Phoenix opener. Again, this is like a hard counter. It's like a hard counter from herO. He should not lose anything to the Oracle. He should focus it down. Ideally, herO, he wants Showtime to make a second Oracle. You have second Oracles on the way. Now, it is still possible for Showtime to get damage with this, but it's going to be difficult. Not impossible, but no. He gets found. He gets found out. herO, he will chase down this Oracle. The first Oracle is not going to get anything. The second Oracle might. The second Oracle might be a surprise to herO. Yeah, there's a recall. There's a recall. Oracle does race back home. Adept shades into the natural. Does not get any probe kills. And herO, he will attempt to chase down the Adept. It does find it. Adept goes down. More Phoenixes on the way. And Showtime, he's in trouble here. Showtime, he's in trouble. He's up against the wall. He's trying to switch into Blink Stalkers. herO's moving out. He wants those Oracles. Doesn't know where they are. The Oracles, they're here bottom right. You know what, herO, does he notice? He doesn't notice. Massive stasis. Oh my god. If it wasn't for the stasis herO, he breaks his base. He would have broken this position. So very clutch stasis there. Showtime, he's holding. He's holding on. And the Oracles, they bypass the Phoenixes, making their way into the main. Two Oracles, they can one-shot probes. And they will. So nice setup here from Showtime. He busts in. The probe's going to be going down. herO out of position. And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Getting up to 10, 11, 12 probe kills. There's the recall back home. But that's going to be 14 worker kills. Oh my god, that is almost game-ending damage. The entire mineral line goes down, and herO, he's crippled. Again, he had a good start, but he got stasis trapped, and he missed the Oracles. They have a proxy on the way. And Showtime, momentum is on his side. He has a massive economic lead. And soon to be an army lead as well. So hero's in trouble. herO, he's behind. He has to get some kind of value with these Phoenixes. Again, he failed to catch the Oracles. Does go for his own into the main. Not bad. Gets some counter damage done. herO, he gets 3 probes. Gets 3 workers. Oh, gets up to 6. Not bad. Evening up the probe count. Third base on the way. The proxy's almost done. Proxy's almost done for Showtime. Likewise, Showtime has Blink. His opponent does not. And I'm curious to see if Showtime pushes. Because again, there's a big window in time here where he has Blink over herO. Yeah, he's moving out. He's moving out. Proxy is ready. He can reinforce on the front lines. He's got how many gateways? He's up to 4. So 4-gate Blink Stalker working in 4 Stalkers at a time. And here he doesn't scout the proxy. He's getting ready for his own expansion. Here he's out in the open. This is what Showtime wants. He delays the expansion. He contains herO. And Showtime is extending his lead. So faster third base, better saturation for Showtime. Warps in an extra wave. Here he's stuck on 2 bases. He's trying to expand. But Showtime, as long as he sees the space, he should deny it. Should be able to deny it. Oh, going for the Immortal. Nice pickup. He gets 1. Gets the Immortal, gets the Sentry. He just dives in. He goes for the dive. And here he will lose all of his Immortals. The Immortals, they go down one after the other. Ooh, going for the Stalkers as well. Nice big control here by Showtime. Yeah, and here he just doesn't have enough. He just doesn't have the numbers here. He's down to 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers left. Oracle races back home. The boys are being pulled. herO getting desperate. Twilight Council gets depowered. He will never get Blink. It's not going to happen. And Showtime, he's so close to forcing that ace match. Again, herO, he just had a very rough start. I mean, I will say, the early game was good for herO, but then it all just fell apart. It all fell apart for herO. Missing the Oracles. And getting stasis as well. See, herO trying to bait the army into the stasis. Let's go. Please out a Stalker. Shields get triggered. Oh, nice catch. Yeah, very nice catch here from Showtime. Baits out the stasis trap. Takes down the Immortal. Picks away at the mineral line. Meanwhile, hero's across the map doing whatever he can. Gets a couple of probe kills. Not bad. Gets a couple of probes, but he will lose the Oracle. And again, herO, he still does not have an expansion. Still no third base. Now that counter damage was impressive. But here he's still down 10 workers. So down 10 probes. Just now finishing up his own Blink. Has built up his Immortal count, true. Built up his Immortals. herO, he will survive. So a 3-gate setup, getting into +2. And the Immortals, they will pose an issue here. They will pose a problem. Oh. herO does a bold Blink. Gets punished for it. He will find the proxy. He'll focus it down. And Showtime just has to calm down. He just has to chill, pull back home, tech up into Charge, into Archons, into his own Immortal production. Right now, Showtime has a lot of freedom. He has a lot of leverage here, just because of his economy. He doesn't have to commit. Just has to maintain his lead, and hero's all in, basically. hero's 2-base all in. He has intentionally not expanded, or just now taking a third, but this is such a late third base. Moves out with the Prism. And we'll see what herO can do. I mean, again, the one advantage that herO has is the Immortals. Like, the Immortals, they do mean that in a head-on fight, Stalker versus Stalker, herO, he can overwhelm. But now Charge also coming into the mix. Adepts take him into the shade. Nice control. herO, he saves the Adepts. Pulls back with the main army. And herO is making his way into the main. And again, with sheer harassment, with sheer unit control, can herO come back from this deficit? It's possible. I don't want to say it's not possible for herO, but okay, there's a lot working against him. So he's retaking that third. Basically, if Showtime makes mistakes, right? Like if Showtime, if he forgets that there's like a Prism here, and if he, you know, moves his army out of position, if the Prism gets in and gets into a mineral line, then sure, right? Then herO can pop off. We have herO going for Colossus. Let's go. Going into Colossus. I mean, hero's just working with what he has. Showtime getting a 4th expansion. Prism moves in, Prism gets deflected, Showtime is in position. As you mentioned, here he's like hoping that Showtime makes a mistake and moves away. but Showtime is solid. And once again, here he dips in, gets forced back, now making, yeah, now forced to recall. Showtime does get eyes on the third. Takes off the pylons. And now he can focus his attention here. I believe he did see the prism as well. Colossus has arrived. Now the Colossus does actually trade well against gateway units, against Zealots, Adepts, and Stalkers. Like Colossus, they have their place in PvP, while Colossus struggle against are Disruptors. But the Colossus count is building up. Showtime, he rotates, looking for another way in. He does create an opening for herO to counterattack, but herO, because of how this game is played out, he's stuck at home. Stuck at home. And again, this was a long rotation for Showtime, but he does outposition herO. Is getting behind the army. Behind the army towards the natural. There is a second Colossus, thankfully for herO. But now he's going to have to push up a ramp into Showtime. But once again, good positioning with that second Colossus. Showtime is on the high ground. Picks off their sentries. Has the greater concave, yeah, the concave as well. And Showtime is overwhelming. He dives on the Colossus. He gets one. And one Colossus goes down. herO moving in. Again, it's a bit of an awkward fight here for Showtime, but he blinks in, takes down another Colossus and the Immortals. And with that, herO, he's being broken. Like, the backbone to his army, it's not really there anymore. One more blink, one more dive. Another prism! Prism goes down. And here he's down to a handful of Stalkers. Handful of Stalkers, one Colossus. There's the blink. Colossus falls. And only a gateway army. GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. We are going to game 5. Whew. GG, well played. Again, herO going for the initial Phoenixes was I would say a good move. Again, herO, he had a good early game, but he did miss the Oracles. He got caught by the stasis traps. herO, he was pulled apart. The moment that Showtime won the game was when he got into the main base and he got 14 probe kills. He got 14 probes for his Oracles, and I believe the Oracles even escaped. It was insane damage, and from that moment, Showtime, he was ahead. He took a massive lead. From there, he went for Stalker aggression. He denied the third base of herO, and herO just could not recover. He could not recover. He was trying to, as we were emphasizing, the one way is if Showtime was making mistakes. So herO was hoping that maybe Showtime would create an opening, but Showtime, he secured himself, and GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 5. We're going to the ace match. And game 5 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Getting into Whispers. The final game of the series. And on Whispers of Gold, it's going to be an interesting one just because this is a very small map, very aggressive map as well. This is the rush map of the ladder map pool. So aggression is favored on Whispers of Gold. Because I want to lean towards herO, but I mean, Showtime, he's shown us that he's willing to go for all-ins as well, and willing to go for proxies. I guess PvP. Everything's on the table. Let's go. Players are ready. We're loading it. We're loading into Whispers of Gold. Here we go. Getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Ooh, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is herO. Best Protoss player in all of South Korea, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the German Protoss fighting back, forcing the ace match. Momentum is on his side. It is Showtime. Let's go. Jumping into that final game. Again, this could go either way. It's been very back and forth. It's the reason why we're here in the ace match. And in general here, it feels like the games have been determined by the early game. Even in the previous game, even though it was a little bit longer, even though both players got up to 3 bases, it was determined earlier on by all that Oracle harass when Showtime took a lead, and he never lost that lead. It just shows how important economic damage is in not just StarCraft 2, but in mirror matchups. As we do have Showtime opening up 2 gates. Okay, 2 gate opener out of Showtime. Showtime, he will scout the gate cyber expand out of herO. herO is going for a greedy build here. And Showtime, he will have the option to go for a 1 base all in. Now, if you remember, he has the option to go for a proxy. And he went for it on ley lines, and it fell on its face, right? Like herO, he's in the main base. Here he looks, he searches, he finds the second pylon. So Showtime is not proxy. No proxy this time, the second pylon gets found. Ideally, here he wants to look for the 3rd pylon as well, just to make sure he's secure. So here he's checking for the 3rd pylon. Meanwhile, Showtime is on patrol here on the low ground. He should be pylon blocking and trying to force a Zealot out of his opponent. There we go, Zealot pops out, and herO can now expand. Oh, herO going for a Stargate before Nexus. So tech first. Tech first from herO, going for a Stargate opener. Showtime, he rechecks, he confirms no Nexus, that means there must be tech. Throws down the pylon. Showtime can assume it's going to be a Stargate opener out of herO. Technically, this could be like a crazy Robo opener. True, it could be, but it is more standard to open up Stargate in this kind of build, in this situation. Behind this, 2 Stalkers are moving out. We have 2 more on the way. Showtime, he throws down a proxy pylon. Uh-oh. And I had just assumed that Showtime, he was... Yeah, the 3rd pylon. The 3rd pylon is proxy. Now here he's looking. He's looking for the 3rd pylon. Usually it's on the low ground, but the 3rd pylon is nowhere to be found. And the probe gets locked in. Here he knows something's wrong. Something's wrong. Shield battery's on the way. He confirms that the pylon is nowhere to be found. He will still go for the expansion. And herO does open Oracle, and Showtime is going for the 1 base all in. Now this is a delayed 1 base all in, as he proxies with his 3rd pylon or with his 2nd. So it is going to be delayed. Meanwhile, Showtime, he pulls away. Ideally, he doesn't want to show. He doesn't want to reveal his hand. But he does. Yeah, the Oracle scouts. herO knows. Here, he's now aware of the proxy. Oracle does move out across the map. Does threaten a dive. Stalker taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Oh my god. Showtime pulls away. Oracle comes in for a snipe. Gets 1. Gets 2. Barely gets both. Oh my god. Barely only gets 1. Oh my god. Gets only 1 Stalker. Showtime. Whew, he barely pulls away. Saves the Stalkers. And here is going for the Void Rays. Again, Void Rays, they have their place in PvP, specifically against all-ins. Because herO knows he's up against an all-in, he needs Void Rays as quickly as possible to defend, to survive. So he needs to pump out as many Void Rays as he can. Showtime still reinforcing with pure vanilla Stalker. Remember, there's no Blink, there's no Immortals, just pure Stalker out of Showtime. And he's getting up to 4 gates. So 1 base 4 gate all in. But again, it's delayed. Showtime moves forward. Oh, tries to bait out the stasis. Doesn't quite pull it off. But he is aware. He's aware of the stasis. Going for the expansion. Oh my god, so close. Base is under fire. Void Rays moving in. There's Prismatic alignments. Nice force fields. And it takes a little bit too long there. It gets 1 Void Ray. But the punish is real. How many Stalkers go down there? That's going to be 7. 7 Stalkers for 1 Void Ray. Ay, ay, ay. The stasis. Oh my god. Calm down. Stasis almost pops off. Showtime playing with fire. No stasis on the way. But he's running out of steam. You can see here Showtime, he's just running out of Stalkers. Just now reinforcing. He bled out so much trying to break that base earlier for that Void Ray. But the longer this goes on, the better it is for herO. Oh god, and there we go. It does take a stasis to the face. herO, he breaks out. He breaks out. That stasis may have just won herO this game. Now herO, he doesn't chase. but he will catch these Stalkers. He just has to wait out that safe trap. And Showtime has to commit. To save these Stalkers, he has to commit in. About to run out. There's a force field. Locks down the Stalkers. Yeah, there's no escape. There's no escaping this. GG gets called. That's going to be game. And herO, he will take the series 3-2. He will survive the aggression and become this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. That was a brutal stasis towards the end. Again, that was game. I would argue though that even before that, when Showtime committed into the natural, when he tried to break that first void rate, that was a brutal trade. He lost far too much. That was when he lost 7 Stalkers. I mean, technically 6. If you remember, he lost 1 Stalker before that. So 6 Stalkers for the 1 void rate just was not worth it. And from that moment, Showtime lost any momentum. He just never really had the army supply lead. Never had the Stalker count he needed. GG. GG, well played. In the end, herO does persevere, but a shout out to Showtime because it was a very intense back and forth. It was a short series, like it went to game 5, but really short games, really intense best of 5 back and forth. Showtime clearly showing that he has some of the best PvP in the world, like Showtime, herO, MaxPax, like they all trade back and forth. They are, alongside Skills as well, I would say the best Protoss players in the world. And even showing it here, went to game 5. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO will claim the win, will be our champion. And shout out to Showtime for making it to 2nd place. A shout out to Solar and MaxPax for making it to 3rd and 4th place respectively. And again, Showtime even making it to the finals here. How did he make it to the finals? He 2-0'd Clem. He 2-0'd Clem in an intense series as well. So big shout out to Showtime. Some big wins here for him. And most likely we're going to be seeing more Showtime in a couple of hours. What's next? The Monday Night Weekly. Now we don't cast it, we sleep. We like to sleep at least once a day. So we're gonna be asleep during the Monday Night Weeklies, but most likely Showtime, Clem, MaxPax, herO, Skillus, they're all gonna be coming back for that tournament as well. Most likely. So if you want some more StarCraft action, if you are unsatiated, then the Monday Night Weekly, the European Open Cup, basically, the European Open Cup is going to be in 2 hours, in 1 hour and 50 minutes. So check that out over on Rotterdam's channel. Usually it's Rotterdam, Steadfast, and Zombie Grub. Those are the typical English casters for that tournament. Sometimes you get like a Chicken Man or like a Dave Testa or someone else stepping into the ring, but usually those are the 3 regular English casters for that tournament, so they got you covered there for the Monday Night Weekly. Otherwise, we're going to be back later on tomorrow morning with the Pegasaur Monday. That is the NA Open Cup. Bam. As here we go, we can switch our scenes over and catch up on the schedule here. You can see we just wrapped up with our Monday broadcast with StarCraft Evolution League King of the Hill in the morning and WardiTV Monday in the evening. Meanwhile, we have Pegasaur Monday. Again, that's going to be at 9 AM KST. Now, because of daylight savings, I believe the time's going to be a little bit different and they're going to be adjusting here, so just bear that in mind, that some of the start times of these tournaments might be different than usual. So that is going to be in 9 hours time. Yeah, so in 9 hours time we're going to be live with the Pegasaur Monday, so we got plenty of time to sleep, plenty of time to get some rest. Meanwhile, that evening we have another broadcast as well in under 24 hours. We have the K-Cup, the Korean Cup, if you will. That is a new event. It might be a regular tournament. A shout out to Kanoya. Kanoya, he is a French caster, if I recall correctly. He's a French caster, and he is starting up his own tournaments. That is an invitational. So the K-Cup, the Korean Cup, that is going to be an invitational. We're going to be featuring who exactly? We're going to be featuring, let me just quickly list you the 8 players. Dark, Xian, Creator, Bunny, ByuN, Percival, Cure, and Hon Mono. Oh my god. It's a lot of Terran is what I will say. We got Cure, Hon Mono, ByuN, Percival, and Bunny. So 5 Terran players. We have 2 Protosses in Creator and Xian, and we have 1 Zerg player in Dark. This might actually be Dark's last tournament. If you remember, Dark, it was this weekend that Dark had his final KSL, and also we had the Farewell Show Match series with Dark versus ByuN. as Dark is going to the military coming into April. So because at Dark he knew that he wouldn't be able to play in like any future KSLs or anything like that because it's a bi-weekly tournament, this might legitimately be the final tournament with Dark in it. So yeah, well, I mean, hopefully he's able to play and able to participate. For those that are unaware, we did have a farewell show match last weekend for Dark, just because he is going to the military. He has confirmed early April is when he's going, and this is April 1st. We just began April here today, so I'm pretty sure he's expecting to go like maybe like first or second week of April. So we're getting Dark while we can. We're going to be featuring him while we can. Likewise, we do have the Kung Fu Cup StarCraft Evolution Edition replay cast on Wednesday morning. We have Code for Giants Cup, the Pond cast, more Kung Fu Cup, KSL, SDO, SDC, plenty of content throughout the weeks. Now, I mentioned this before, but we do have 2 half days off. We have Wednesday and Friday, the evenings we have off. Usually we have half a day off a week, but we're going to be increasing that to 2 half days off a week. Let's go. That adds up to 1 day. Adds up to 1 day off, kind of. So we are going to be increasing that. Again, I've been getting a little bit more fatigued over time when it comes to all the casting and all the StarCraft. More importantly than that, I've been having a really hard time having some time out of casting to schedule VODs. To schedule VODs on YouTube, to edit VODs, to make thumbnails. Basically, whenever I'm not casting, I'm still working, just in other ways, right? I'm like working on like Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and all that stuff. So I need some time to catch up on that because I'm falling a little bit, like everything's still scheduled on time, but like I'm barely getting there. So need more time for all of that. Likewise, it also gives us some time to play some other games as well, to stream on our personal channels, to have a little bit more free time, a day off. Crazy. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great tournament, a great Monday, and hope you have a great rest of your week as well. Again, we have plenty of content. If you want to tune in to more CranKy Duckling action, then check out our YouTube channel, ! Hold on. Socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to our social media, so our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. Again, we upload on YouTube on a daily basis. And also thank you so much to all of our patrons. We've been getting a lot of support on Patreon recently. 100% of the prize money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. It goes towards Sea Duckling Open, Masters 1 Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup. All of our tournaments are supported, are funded through Patreon. So thank you so much to all of our patrons. Our next goal, we're almost there, almost at our next goal. Our next goal is 500 USD a month. And that is to boost the prize pool even further of Sparkling Tuna Cup. And Sparkling Tuna Cup is our weekly open tournament every single Sunday. Every Sunday, we got some Tuna Cup action. Let's go. Every Sunday, we got some Tuna Cup. Oh my god. No day off. Well, technically, we don't have a day off. Technically, we have only half a day off. 2 half days. 2 half days off. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. We're going to be heading off for the evening, and stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Also, as a reminder, if you want some more StarCraft, the Monday night weekly, the European Open Cup is in 2 hours. So you got 2 hours to yourselves, and then there's some more StarCraft. We are going to be live in 9 hours with the Pegasaur Monday. It's a bit of a worse time for European viewers, but a better time for the NA and the Korean scene, and for the EU degens. So if you're a degenerate in Europe, and if you stay up all night, I guess we got some content for you. Shaking my head. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support, and we'll see you guys next time. You can also follow myself. I do stream on my own personal channel, light_VIP, ! Light in the chat. But again, I don't get to stream too often because we're always casting. If there's ever a day like these half days off, then I'll be able to stream on my personal channel. So Wednesday and Friday, those days that I'm not casting, I should be live on my channel, so you can check me out there if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in 9 hours, or tomorrow for some more StarCraft. See you then. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you then. Hasta luego.